well, I'm sick as a freaking dog for some reason. Like, I don't think I've ever been this sick. And it happened while I was at work. I would really hate to think that somebody put something in my damn coffee this morning, but you know, history has a way of repeating itself, and Brooke doesn't eat out for a specific reason. Remember when I brought you the story, brought you the story of the damn guy that got Taco Bell and they put rat poisoning in his food and he almost died? Let me tell you what happened. I get into work and I'm feeling great. I mean, I'm just on top of the world. I'm ecstatic. I'm gonna make some money. I feel so bad right now. Like, I didn't think I was gonna make it in there. I was really genuinely scared that I was gonna black out and go down and bust one of those glass shelves and kill myself. Every time I bent over and stood up, I was seeing damn stars. So what happened was, I don't freaking know. We got coffee. I was feeling great. I start sipping on this fucking coffee. And shit starts to go down. Literally. Like, I am about to throw up in the vape shop floor. And shit my pants at the same time. Sorry, TMI. I don't think I've ever been this sick. Listen, all I know is I got coffee. That's all I had. And I was sick as a dog. So he's got this tiny little bathroom. Hey, Andrea, you're going to get a kick out of this. He's got this tiny little bathroom at the back of the shop where he sits. Y'all ever seen that part in Dumb and Dumber where he destroys that bathroom? That's how I felt, okay? Never have I ever had this moment in my life where I'm just like trying to hold my breath while trying to use the bathroom and not throw up at the same time. It was absolute hell, and it's a tiny ass bathroom right by him. Listen. All I know is I drank coffee and then I could barely like function. I don't know if that was the strongest espresso on earth or what. I feel really bad right now. Like, I don't think I've ever had the pleasure or displeasure of having it come out both ends, okay? Sorry. And then also the displeasure of being in this man's shop to clean it in this tiny bathroom, struggling for my life. The embarrassment, okay? All I'm gonna say is, I don't know what was in that coffee, but it messed me up. And then 5 minutes after I came out of there, he goes in there. I wanted to damn die. Do you hear me? At this point, I'm ready to jump into this glass shelf to off myself because I am mortified that my body is breaking down first thing in the freaking morning. Like, I am like convulsing. I can feel my stomach palpitating. I can feel my heartbeat in my throat. I'm like, what is going on? My body is breaking down. I don't know. I've never felt like that before in my entire life. And as I'm standing there trying to get all this stuff off the top shelves, now these are like 5-tier glass shelves. If you break one of them, if you fall on one of them, you're probably going to die. Because you're going to go straight through that glass, honey. And that shit is a 1/4 inch thick, probably a 1/2 inch thick. Well, it's probably a 1/4 inch glass. So it's that thick, heavy stuff. And I am in there seeing stars like a cartoon character that's been beat upside the head. Every time I bend over and bend back up, it's just stars. And it's like vertigo, where you gotta like give yourself a minute to find your balance, okay? Now the flu is going around here. Fuck. In the middle of summer. I know, well, it's spring, but it feels like summer. That's probably why the flu is going around. Everybody's out freaking mingling, passing that shit around. I hope it's not the flu, but that's what it feels like. It feels like a body sickness. When I tell you I threw up twice and created a crime scene in that I was mortified. He's right there outside the door. Do you hear me? I almost said, hey, can I go on break? But I didn't want to do that because I don't want him to think that I'm not a good worker. I was mortified, y'all. Mortified. He's 2 feet away from me. I'm in there like Dumb and Dumber, okay? Trying not to be loud. Trying to breathe. And trying not to take too long because I don't want him to think I'm in there doing drugs on my second day of work. You know what I mean? No ventilation system up in that bitch. Not an air fan. Not an air fan. I said, oh my God, this cannot be happening right now. I had the distinct urge to puke and potty at the same time. And I was like, what is this? I've never experienced this before. And I'm sure I have when I came off of heroin. I just don't remember. But, y'all, I need glasses. My head hurts so bad. I do not feel well at all. Is that not embarrassing? I'm sorry, TMI. I had to tell y'all. I couldn't wait to tell y'all. What is wrong with me? It's so comical, though. If you think about it, it's comical as shit. You hire this pretty girl to come clean your vape shop, and this bitch on her second day is exercising demons in your bathroom. It is comical as hell. I can't help it. We got to talk about it, you know? Listen, I would not hold all of this comic gold in, okay? I have to share it. Sorry if it's a little too human for you. Sorry if it's a little too human for you. Okay? Oh, God. I got to one part of the shop when I was done, and I was like, do you want me to come back and do that? And he's like, oh, no, I didn't even want you to do that. I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God, bro, because I'm about to lose my religion in this bitch. I'm over here. Is there a God? Because if there is, he's not here for me in this moment. I'm standing there like, God, please help me right now. My stomach and my head and my gut, I don't know what's going on, God, but I'm going to need you to help me. And then I just kept feeling worse. And I'm like, there I am debating if God's even real. Seriously, I was about to lose my religion in there, okay? Because I kept praying and it kept getting worse. And finally, I was like, damn, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. He's right there. I mean, his chair is literally one swivel away from that door, the bathroom door. It's in the very back. It's in the very back. So you're trapped in there with it. I don't think it was that bad, but like, to a girl it is. If you're a girl and you don't really like, you know, poop ever. Oh God, I was mortified. I was 2 seconds from trying to go to the laundromat next door just to see if their bathroom was open, but it's never open. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and be embarrassing. Y'all, I got in, so I took an Excedrin because my head was hurting, and then I put on a nicotine patch, and then I started sipping on that coffee. As soon as I got in there, I started like chugging it. Well, I drank about that much of it, and it wasn't even 15 minutes later, I started to get sick as hell. I would hate to think somebody put some kind of laxative in my damn coffee, but let me tell you something, that's the new fast food crime, baby. We just learned about a man the other day that had rat poisoning put in his tacos at Taco Bell. So don't say that people don't do shit like that, because yes, the fuck they do. You just live out of the loop and you don't realize it. I know some of y'all have been here for some of the food stories that I've shared. It's sickening how disgusting humans are. I have no idea where I'm going. This light's still out. This shit was out last night. It's been like 24 hours. Y'all ain't got nobody out here to fix it. Of course not, bro. Oh, I need gas. Shit. Hold on. Y'all, it was so bad. Just like, I'm still nauseous. My head hurts. What the fuck? You know, I am pre-mensing, so maybe it's just from my period, because sometimes I get nauseous. Sometimes, what the fuck? Alright, come on, you brilliant bitch. Figure it out. Where there's a will, there's a way, right? Oh, man, nobody's trying to get down. I swear to God, if somebody whips up in this spot, I'm gonna be pissed. He did ask me though. He was like he said some of his family owns vape shops, and they were asking if I could clean their shops. They're not far from here. I said, absolutely. I said, I sure can. Let me know. I'll be around. Here, I'm on. Make sure I don't know how much to put in. I feel so bad. That is the weirdest. I ain't never been sick like that, y'all. When I had to go back to the bathroom and get sick for the second time, throw up, I was just like, what the hell is going on? Like, I would really think that somebody put some shit in my drink, but ain't it ironic? Ain't it ironic what we talked about this morning, and then all of a sudden I'm sick? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. No, this was worse than a laxative. I mean, no, it was, you know, I get it, but like, this was different. This is like, it made my whole system hurt. Like, I started to see stars, and my head was killing me. I don't know, it was weird. I ain't never had no problem like that before. Oh, I was gonna damn collapse in there. I ain't never had that problem. Coffee might tear your stomach up, but not like this. This is different. This was like affecting my whole system. Oh Lord. I even look pale. I look washed out, probably because I've been puking my guts up. I'm telling y'all, I don't know what that was, but that was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I said right when I got here too, so I had to work the whole 3 hours, sick as fuck. I couldn't believe it. I said, you got to be shitting me. You know, and when you feel like that, oh crap, no, regular, $2.89, fam. We ain't paying no damn $4 for gas around here. Y'all smoking crack. Right when I get started too, I get sick as a dog. Look, I look rough. Y'all don't understand. I barely made it out of there alive. I don't know what the hell happened. I pulled that nicotine patch off when I started throwing up. I was like, maybe it's that. It ain't that. I've wore those dozens of times. It's not the damn nicotine patch. It wasn't the Excedrin either. It was that damn coffee. I don't know, maybe it was just the coffee that made me sick. premenstrual. Don't make no sense. It was rough. You shitting me. I was about to be. I was about to be. Ah. Canada Dry will calm your stomach. That's a great idea, Shane. It's a great idea. I'm gonna get something for lunch. This thing's taking forever. I wonder if that woman's got a bathroom in there. Whew. Yeah, no, he's a really nice guy, the guy that owns the places. They seem like nice people. So I definitely want to clean. I just hate that I get sick when I'm doing this job. It's a bad look, you know? It's a bad look to keep running to the fucking bathroom when you're supposed to be cleaning. I only went like 3 or 4 times, but still, I was only there for 3 or 4 hours. Hell no, he ain't got no bathroom. What the hell do I think this is? 2019 again. We hitting the road. Anybody got any ideas on where we should go? Who said that I was smoking and wearing a patch? A lot of assuming you doing there, fam. Who is this boy talking to me? I better not get no YouTube follow. Oh, sorry, y'all. Thank you. Ugh, did I hit the button? Yeah. I need food and a bathroom. Oh, spend the whole day getting your basic needs met. Welcome to car life. Wherever we're going, it's got to be cooler because it's hot as hell. Ow, 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 ow. All right. Gas tank on E. Let's see. Oh, God. I can't even see. Sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. Let's do some investigating to see where we should go. So the weather here is going to be in the 80s all week, and it won't even drop out of the 70s at all, and I think that they got it wrong. I think it's actually going to be hotter at night, and it has been every night for the past week. They have been absolutely wrong. They are off 10 to 15 degrees lower than what it actually is. So it's actually staying hotter at night, and it's getting hotter during the day, and every day they just revise it to fix what the weather actually is. It's bullshit. It pisses me off because I have to rely on the weather to be able to get comfortable sleep. So, and not spend a lot of money to be able to live comfortably, you know, with, you know, if it's hot and you're having to run the car, you're going to spend more money on gas. So it makes me mad. I have to look for an area, and then I have to check the weather. Weather. 65, 60, 64, 65. That's what I'm looking for. That's typically what it is here this time of year, but this year is so hot, y'all. I'm sure it's hot where you're at too if you're on the East Coast. Well, the lower East Coast. It's okay. Let's see here. 65. Where is that? Oh no, that's not it. $64. Yeah, that's where we're going. I'm not gonna say where it's at, but we're headed south, folks. I'm excited so I can breathe between the Mayport smelling like ass all the time and it being so hot at night. I can't function, you know. I need to brush my nappy head. I ain't brushed my hair all day. Excuse me. That looks like a pottery shop. Look at this, y'all. Let's see if you can see when I pull up. Y'all see this? It's like shelves and shelves of pottery. Y'all see that? That's a pottery shop. I can see the stuff that they make. That's paint and stuff. And then over here, there's another one. You can see like glass on the shelf. It looks like cups and plates and stuff. That's cool. I didn't know they still manufactured stuff like that. That's pretty awesome. It'll last you a lifetime. I miss doing pottery. Stuff like that is so fun to me. So I curled my hair, but it's not staying, so we're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna roll with it. Okay, y'all, my stomach. The hell, Bobby. You know, it could just be the pre-menses, and I just got them bad this month. I didn't realize so many military people smoke. It was nothing but military people, military personnel coming in this morning buying vapes. Not like weed vapes, but tobacco vapes. I guess it makes sense because my sibling, the people that I know they're military, they also smoke. It's a stressful job, okay? No matter what branch, what your job is, it's apparently stressful. I mean, and I'm sure, can you imagine all of the hoops they have to jump through every day? It ain't like you can be a regular civilian, because you're not. They hold you to a higher standard and they expect things from you. They expect you to behave a certain way, and you know, I mean, I think that's great. It's definitely that our military has helped a lot of people grow up. It's helped a lot of people be able to afford to survive too. But yeah, I didn't realize that many smoke still. I wanted to ask, so did your parents smoke indoors? Because a few of them were young. And that's exactly, listen. A child from a two-parent home that has one parent that smokes has a 50% chance of smoking. A child from a two-parent home where both parents smokes, you do the math on that, what do you think? Around 100%. I think it was like 96 point something. So they got almost a guaranteed chance of smoking if both parents smoke. That's exactly where it begins, on the home front. Most often than not. Nowadays, I think things are changing. These kids are, I saw on a billboard the other day, it said 1 in 10 children vape. That's also why they're restricting things in the state of Florida. That's what he was complaining about. He also said this morning his prices are going up. I said, damn, I'm so sorry. He said, damn Trump. Well, buddy, the alternative was for us to all be slaves in a communist country. So I think you better be happy with the alternative that was given to you, because otherwise you might not even be a business owner anymore, buddy. She was coming after you next. I just, I get it. People really don't know, so I shut my mouth in those moments, but I kind of giggled to myself. I was like, yeah, I know it sucks. And he said, Trump. I was like, I already know. You ain't got to tell me, buddy. But I kept my mouth shut because, no amount of evidence will ever convince anybody that wants to believe what they want to believe. And maybe he knows something that I don't know, and that's why I listen in those moments, because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm always supposed to listen like they know something I don't. And that's what I'm trying to do this year. So when he said, yeah, my products are going up, he said it's costing more to get them, and he said Trump, and I said, why? Because of the tariffs? And he said Trump. So I was like, oh yeah, I just, and I agree with him. It is because of Trump. But there's no reason to tell him that things will get better eventually if this works, the plan with the tariffs and stuff. So there's no point to really discuss it. He'll figure it out in a few years when his business gets better, hopefully, Then he'll be feeling differently. Then he'll be like, oh, I didn't like Trump, but I like him now. Ain't it crazy how they changed their tunes? They really did from 2016 to 2024. A lot of people started singing that tune. Oh, I love Trump. Oh, but I thought he was a racist bigot. What happened to that? Oh, well, he's a businessman and he's going to help small business. Oh, now you support him. I get it. You did a little research. I see. Now you love Trump. Me too. I hated him in 2016. So that's part of the reason I talk about these things, because I've been on both sides and I understand how people, they lead with their emotions, or they choose by their emotions. They let their emotions rule them, and I get that. It probably feels more comfortable just to accept what all of the other sheep accept instead of thinking for yourself too. I guess people get into a place where they get into a rut where they do that and they just get comfortable and they're like, oh, well, the world is the world, until it affects their wallet, and then they're out here protesting. But you know what I mean. People just get into a rut and they don't care anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Y'all, I'm hungry. Yeah, I did hear that, Critter. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Whatever he... Sorry. I'll be able to complete a sentence in a minute when I'm not seasoned with the hiccups. I think that was the plan. I think he was only supposed to be in there for 90 days, right? And then they extended it because he needed to do some more house cleaning. And now they're saying that he might be stepping back. I have no problem with it. I think that Elon came and did what Elon does best. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure you don't die. And hey, Joe Mama, I'm feeling better all of a sudden now that I got air. That's another thing. He keeps it hot in that shop. And anybody that's pre-mensing, know that you're on fire. You're hot, okay? Yeah. But anyways, I'm feeling better now. I was not feeling good in that bathroom. I was mortified. I ain't never been through that before. I've always had an exit plan, usually you can feel when your stomach starts bubbling and you're like, oh God. This come on way too fast for me to make a plan. And I was nauseous at the same time, so I knew I was going to throw up, and I had to use the bathroom. And I'm sorry to be so graphic, but it's important to paint the picture of what I was going through in there. And there's this tiny door right behind the guy that I was working for today. It's his vape shop that I was cleaning. And this little bathroom's so tiny. I mean, you can hear a pin drop from the bathroom to where he was sitting. And I'm in there fighting for my life. Throwing up. Trying to be quiet while gagging. I said, what the hell is wrong with me? Why does this happen the one day that I get a job? The one day that I get work. this SOB gonna think I got a drug problem or something. I keep running to the bathroom, clutching my pearls, gagging, you know, like, I said, any other day, Lord, you couldn't have hit me any other day with this mess. And like I said, I was about to lose my religion because I'm praying to God as I'm trying to take all this stuff off the shelf. I have to bend over and bend up and bend over, and I'm seeing stars, and I feel woozy on my feet, and I'm getting even more nauseous. It's hot in there. It was a whole thing, man. A whole thing. I don't know how I held it together, but I did. It started as soon as I got there at 9 a.m. And by 9:20, I was in full, I don't know what the hell. I don't know if it was a stomach bug. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it was the coffee was too strong, maybe. I ain't never had no coffee make me throw up, though. This was like, you ever have the flu, you got the sickness, or food poisoning, and you know you just need to get it all out, and you'll feel better? That's exactly what it was. Because I threw up, and 30 minutes later, I was back in there throwing up again. It was like I hadn't got all of that coffee off of my stomach, and my body was still rejecting it. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Of course it happens, you know, when I'm working for some guy that's offering me to clean other vape shops, and I'm in there like Dumb and Dumber style, fighting for my life. No window, no fan. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me right now. It was crazy. I said, wait till I tell them this. They ain't gonna believe me. I think y'all believe me. I'm just too informational. There's no way that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many small details for it to not be true. Oh, it was wild, I tell you. Now I'm starting to feel better. I think it's because of the air and sitting down. I kept having to take a seat in this plastic chair and wipe the shelves down, and I felt guilty because when I'm working, I don't sit down. When I'm working, I'm working. God, I still feel nauseous. I don't know. Come on, y'all. I feel really sick. What food is on this road? Is this the Panda Express exit? Because if it is, I'm grabbing me a bowl. I need food. Yeah, that was a rough experience, but you know, what better way to break the ice with your boss? Oh, God. Somebody come in and be like, oh, you two seem really close. She been working here long? And he's like, no, she just exercised demons in front of me on her second day at work. So we're close now. Like, seriously. I want to die. There was nowhere else to go, man. Nowhere else to go. I would have had to, like, get in the car and, like, drove down the road and then, like, I didn't want to ask to do that either because I'm doing, like, a cleaning job and I shouldn't be coming and going. It's a bad look. Oh, Lord. I was feeling so great until I started sipping that coffee. Whew. What an experience. Damn, I think I went the wrong way. Fuck. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, he said he has family in the area that owns shops too, and they want to get some cleaning. I said, sure. No problemo. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just tell me when. Come on, y'all. I gotta go to the far lane. We're gonna have to go in Panda because I gotta use the bathroom. Panda. They got chicken and rice. Beijing beef. and lo mein. Panda. Oh shit, I didn't know they had a gym over here. Where's my gym? I just found a new location. Lovely. I keep going to the same one because I'm a creature of habit. Oh my god, speaking of which, apparently there was a girl that recognized me in the gym last night and she was pissed. Okay, so I was in the stall. Well, I come through the locker room, and the way that it's set up is it's like the women's locker room, which has like 3 areas of like lockers and like these 2 spaces where you can put on makeup and plug up your flat iron and blah, 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 blah. And it's got all these sinks on the opposite side. And then you walk through, you go through a door, and there's the sauna, the toilets. You walk down the hallway, the showers, and then you can walk to the pool. So when I walked through the gym locker room, I saw this girl over there at the locker, like, doing something, and I didn't think much of it. So I just walked through, and she kind of glanced at me, I kind of glanced at her, and then I went to the bathroom. So I put my bag on the door, I'm using the bathroom, and all of a sudden, I hear somebody walk in the bathroom, and then all of a sudden, I hear loud music start playing. And then I start hearing this heifer sing, like she is singing at the top of her lungs, and I'm like, okay. And so I go to come out of the bathroom, and she's standing right there in my face. And then she like looks at me, spins around, and literally stomped off like a toddler. She's like, boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh God. My first thought is, oh God, here we go again. I'm like, oh God, oh God. So anyways, I'm out of my business. You know, I'm simply thinking, wow, this bitch is off her rocker. You know, is she on steroids? I don't know. Anyways, I go to get on the treadmill, and I didn't even realize when I walked up on the treadmill, because I be in my own world. I walked up on the treadmill and didn't realize this bitch was like 2 or 3 treadmills down from me. So then, where's this Panda? I'm starving. Is that a Chipotle? I ain't doing that. Anyways, all of a sudden I see her on the treadmill. I can see her out of my peripheral. I'm not looking at this bitch because she's crazy. And I can see her out of my peripheral, keep looking over and like making freaking faces at me like she was pissed, y'all. I told you that it was mainly women that voted for Kamala Harris, right? It was crazy bitches like that. I said, and that's probably why she mad, bro, because she knows I'm a Trump supporter till the day I die, ho. Till the day I die. Because I ain't stupid. And even if I didn't like him, at this point, I'd still be repping for him because I wouldn't want people to think I was stupid. You know what I mean? Like... So anyways, she takes off and she's like running real fast, mad. And I'm literally inside, I am like, what is going on right now? Like I keep saying, I never knew that I had this much power over people. She was losing her fucking mind in silence on a treadmill. Finally, she grabs her shit. She like yanks her shit out the cup holder. She gets off the treadmill and she leaves. I was like, thank God, girl. Thank God. Get the hell out of here, you psycho. Like, I was just like, there was like 3 different instances. She kept trying to get my attention. This passive aggressive behavior, this aggressiveness that they get angry and they're trying to get your attention. Hello.
Give me 1 moment.
Take your time. But yeah, it was crazy. I was like, well, this is interesting. God, losing it. Hello, Ben. Thank you. I had a great time. I like cleaning. I enjoy doing little contracts like that. Where's that $10? Where's my lunch money? You know, I'm actually going to keep this $10 in case we need to watch.
Wait, what can I get started for you?
Yeah, can I do a bowl with rice and the Beijing beef?
A bowl with the rice and the Beijing?
Yes, please.
Anything else with this order?
That'll be it.
No drinks or appetizers?
No, thank you.
A bowl of rice Beijing, no drinks or appetizers. Did you want to make a donation to the Children's Fair whatever?
No, thank you.
No worries, if that's all, it'll be $9.14. Thank you.
Thank you. Girl, I'm a whole GoFundMe. What you talking about donations? Ho, I need a donation. Give me a donation, ho. Ain't they funny? I don't know which way this window opens, so I'm just trying not to show her, but, you know, I might not have any choice. Yes. Can I get some chili, please? Chili sauce, thank you. They are busy. Okay. We were supposed to go in. I forgot. Thank you. You have a great one. Oh, thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. They are working their asses off in there. They always have good staff here and everything. This is the main one that I come to in Jacksonville. There's another one that used to be over by my old job. Well, it's like that side of town. But I ain't been over there in months. Well, since I quit my job. Well, since the bar closed. Alright. I gotta pee. Alright. How much was that? $9.14. Fried rice. Fried rice. Beijing beef. We'll eat it when we get back. I got a potty like a rock star. I'm not even joking. I'm good, Ben. I am not... I mean, define good. I'm alright. I'm kicking it. I'm alive, Ben. I'm surviving. Embarrassing myself everywhere I go. And they say they're embarrassed by nothing. Bull crap. I was mortified. I wanted to cry in my coffee. Like, it was horrendous. Why does everything gotta happen first thing in the morning when you ain't even been ready for it? She wasn't ready. I wasn't. Hello, John, to the UK. I'm about to eat some Panda Express today. I wash my hands. Really good. I'm starving, y'all. I can't eat that whole bowl right now, but I can eat a good portion of it. Bite or two. I want to see what it looks like. I usually get their sesame chicken, but the Beijing beef sounds so good, and that's probably not a good idea on an upset stomach, but here we go with the spicy beef. It's a beautiful day. God, it smells like ass in this city, though. Always. It just stinks. Boom. Alright. Let me put you in your car seat because I don't want you to get hurt on a car ride, okay? Hola. No, I don't have a nicotine patch on, but that might have been what could have been making me sick like that, mixed with that Excedrin. I don't know. I don't know. I thought about that too, and that's actually a valid concern. Valid guess. There you go. Brooke. Panda Express. I'm not going to eat this because I can't have sugar, and it's full of sugar, but I am going to look at my portion. So is the Chinese food. That's why I'm... Ow! What, you thought I was being healthy? Negative. I'm just trying to cut out the little things so that, where is the damn, cut out the, you will be showered with good luck. Fam, I'm still waiting on August because you said something big's going to happen for me in August. How embarrassing. You take your life advice from fortune cookies. It said, you will be greatly rewarded in August. That was like 2 months ago. So now I'm waiting on August. How pathetic. Hell, a fortune cookie advice is probably the best advice you can get. I mean, does it ever steer you in the wrong direction? Beijing beef with rice and peppers. It's warm. It's very spicy. This is enough. This will last me probably till dinner. I got chili sauce too. I don't know where I put it. I love their chili sauce. Let's try the beef. I like the little pieces of beef. They're all crispy. Oh, they gave me fried rice. I wanted white rice. It's okay. There's vegetables in it. I see like little carrots and eggs. I don't think I've ever had their fried rice. It ain't bad. Okay. The Beijing beef is not that spicy. It does have a little kick, but it's not like a chili spice, you know? It's more like a peppery spice. Green onion. You want a bite? Okay. I don't know if I want to open this chili because my stomach. It's probably not a good idea right now. If I'm just being honest. I don't even know how this Beijing beef is going to sit on my stomach, but we'll see. Ooh, there's lots of eggs and vegetables. Ooh, I wish y'all could see this bite. There's eggs and vegetables in that fried rice. I'm starting to feel better. Maybe my sugar, y'all. I just need to bite the bullet and go get me a diabetes testing kit. Maybe that's why I feel so bad. Because I didn't eat breakfast. I have banana, but diabetes testing kit, Walmart. Is that the whole monitor for 14 bucks? Shut the front door. They're like 20 bucks. You can get them as low as $24. I gotta get me one of those because y'all, I really think it's my freaking sugar. I mean, I know it is. I was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, but I think that it's real. I'm getting to the age where it's affecting me, like not having food or like skipping meals or just, you know, being busy. I know. You're the one talking to you about Chinese food made me want it. This is your fault. Andrea. No, it's delicious. Great idea. The eggs in this and the green onions. There's eggs. There's eggs and green onions in that fried rice. It's delicious. Yeah, no doubt, North. He has seen me at my worst. It sucks because everything was great and then it wasn't. Very quickly, like 20 minutes. I got there at 9. I was feeling great. By 9:20, I was in the bathroom. I said, what the hell, man? I'm supposed to be cleaning. I ain't got time for this. Bleh. Mm. You love fried rice? I usually get the white rice in an attempt to be a little healthier, but this is good. It's not bad. It is a little spicy. The more you eat it, the more you can feel the heat. Come on, man. Act right. Sun's bothering me today. Put my hater shades on. Block all the haters out. Definitely worth $9. I'm full. That's one of the reasons, oh man. One of the reasons that I like Panda Express and Subway is because I can make 2 meals out of it. I ain't no lie. Guess what? That Filipino bakery is in this parking lot. I'm not going, but we are next week. We are next week. That bakery is the best bakery I've ever eaten at in my entire life. Where's my phone? Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm starting to have a hard time. Where were we going? Oh, yeah. It's only... Let me just make sure. Matt. Alright. Oh, God. Damn. I'm sorry. I ain't worth the shit, am I? What is tickling me? See, I'll ride to Walmart with me. I know I haven't seen any Chinese buffets here, critter. Oh. Y'all see how dumb people are? Another one bites the dust. You can't get pregnant if you don't have sex, sweetheart. Why do you think I tell young girls to keep their legs closed? It sounds like you need to keep your legs closed and your mouth closed. I see you're projecting because you don't know if you're pregnant, so you just assume that I have to have morning sickness because you're a whore. Make it make sense. You know, the crazy part is I don't have those problems. Oh, I love it. Y'all, it gets exciting. You know what I mean? You know how, like, you about to get in a fight with somebody and you squaring up and you get that adrenaline rush? That's how I get when these hoes come to my comment section being ignorant. I actually get jollies from it. Gets my rocks, it knocks my socks off to be able to talk shit. And point out how stupid people are. It's comical. I'm nothing like you, baby. Nothing. Alright, we're finally on the road. We're about to be on I-95. Or, yeah, 95. What are you doing, fam? I got chicken, the Chinese chicken. You need a toothpick because the chicken is sticking. Nailed it. Sorry. Watching X-Files with no lights on. Like Harrison Ford, I'm getting friend I don't remember all the words. I actually hated that band, but one of my siblings liked it, so that's how I even know a little bit of the songs. Otherwise, I wouldn't know none of it. I wasn't a huge Smash Mouth fan, okay? Sorry. I was into my boy bands. I was into Britney, bitch, okay? Oh, man. Has anybody checked on her? Is she doing all right? Last time I heard, she was in Mexico doing meth. What is going on? Allegedly. Shit. Imagine getting sued by Britney Spears. No, I'm being for real. Her brother Jason apparently has a drug problem, and he went to Mexico, and him and Britney been partying it up for like months in Mexico. And then she was posting all of this erratic stuff, which isn't new, but like, this was different. She was talking about how hot and sexy her brother was. What? What did she say? I had one of those moments. Like, whoa. I think Britney hanging out with Beth, okay? I think Britney's been chilling with methamphetamines too much. I don't know. You can never judge a book by its cover, but it was weird. It was weird. And you know, I'm not the only one to talk about this. There's been a ton of people that have talked about this. They have whole channels where they talk about everybody on drugs. So I get my information from reliable sources, is my point. I hope not, but it would sure explain a lot, you know? It would sure explain a lot. If that ain't mental health problems, then it would explain a lot. Look at the palm tree. We should hijack him. They killed him. Now you killed him. They chopped him off at the damn, look, they beheaded the palm tree. Justice for poor little Pom Pom. No, you didn't. You asshole. They sure did. Poor thing. they do that? Poor little pom-pom. Oh, is those coconuts growing on him? Y'all, that might be a coconut palm. That might be why, because I see little, like, seeds at the top of it where coconuts would grow. And it's one of those things where you don't see a lot of coconut palms here. You see them in South Florida. But I'm wondering if somebody messed around and bought the wrong palm tree, and they took it down because it was going to produce. You see tons of those little seeds. It looks like walnuts. I don't know if that's the coconut, but I'm assuming. I mean, what else would it be? Coffee beans? I mean, you know. I'm going to shut up. I went to horticulture school for like a year, and now I think I know plants. No, but for real, you don't see a lot of coconut palms here because, you know, they're dangerous. People die every year by getting hit upside the head with coconuts. So maybe that's why they cut him down, because he was about to sprout some damn. Where am I turning? I don't know. How? Oh, I see. Shit. This is the weirdest roads. I'm like, where am I turning? I don't see the lane. It's all the way like through traffic. You have to go like into oncoming traffic. Welcome to Florida. I'm like, where do I turn? All right, I got it. I know. He was on a flatbed truck with a dozer, a little damn bobcat. It looked like they'd done whacked him off at the top of the tree. But I could see these tiny little seeds that were forming at the top of the palm tree. It was probably because somebody effed around and bought the wrong damn palm. Because there's several kinds. I mean, there's probably... Hey Siri. Hey Siri. How many different kinds of palm trees are there?
Here's an answer from leafitplace.com.
2,600 different types of palms. So some asshole probably accidentally bought the wrong palm tree. It started producing coconuts, and they probably whacked it off at the top because they can't get it out the damn ground. It was a shit whack job. That wasn't no chainsaw cut, buddy. I don't know what the hell they used, but it was whacked all to hell. It looked like they used some half-assed tool to damn take his head off, poor feller. But yeah, I don't know. I'm doing a lot of assuming, but why else would they cut the head off of it? And not even with a chainsaw. Like, they were quick to do it. Like, where there's a will, there's a way. We gonna cut his head off today. Don't you think if they knew they was damn taking the top off of a palm tree, they would have bought a damn chainsaw? I don't know. It seemed like kind of a rush job to me, but I'm not no Sherlock Holmes or anything, so I have no clue what I'm talking about right now. I'm doing a lot of assuming. But that's how you profile people for safety, what I just did with that palm tree and the situation. There ain't too many explanations for why his head looked like that. I mean, why would you just take the top? You know what I mean? Do I sound crazy? Yeah, I sound crazy. I'm out here profiling palm trees. I'm doing an autopsy on a palm tree on a flatbed truck right now. Oh, he just got hit by lightning. That's what you're saying? This chop wound don't look like he got struck by lightning. It looks like he was decapitated, fam. I think you're lying. Oh, man. I should have been a mortuary scientist. Poor palm tree. Poor little pom-pom. He didn't stand a chance. He started growing coconuts. And they had his head on a flatbed truck. He didn't stand a chance. Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever recognized that there's no coconut palms here, but there's really not. You see the tall palms, the saga palms, which are the little short ones. Coconut palms you see down in South Florida. Especially at like Key West. Oh God, there's coconut palms everywhere. Everywhere. You come out the hostel and they're laying on the ground next to your car. Big old coconuts. Why are you breaking it? It's 65. If y'all don't go. What are you braking for? Oh, you're like literally in the back seat looking for something. Are you freaking for real? You can't make this shit up. These damn dummies. Heading south. How is it cooler south? Make it make sense. You know what it is? It's too many damn people in this city and they're all breathing hot air. That's why it's hotter here. All this hot ass breath from 1.3. It's 1.3 million people in this city. That's why it's hot and it smells like ass. I found the culprit. The citizens. Seriously. There's no fresh air here. I'm sick of not being able to breathe. It just smells like swamp ass all the time. Rolling down 95. To yourself and stay in your lane. Don't give me no lines and keep your car to yourself. Where were we going? Walmart. I need a diabetes testing kit. I think I'm dying. I think I got the diabetes. Help me. I got the diabetes and I don't feel good. Help me. I'm falling down and I can't get up. Seriously, that's what it feels like. I felt like I was going to go down. And I knew if I went down, I was going to go crashing into those glass shelves. It just sucks to damn show up to work and start breaking down. Oh, shit. Watch out, everybody. Like Robin Williams when he played that robot. Remember when he fell out the window? What movie was that? That was such a good movie. He's a robot and it's Robin Williams and he's like this new upgraded model of a robot, or the newest one on the shelf or whatever, and the little girl, I think she pushes him out. Did she push him out the window? I don't recall. I think she might have shoved his ass out the window, but I don't remember. Anyways, Robin Williams is a robot in the movie. And these robots can be sold to families as like help. The robots will clean your house. The robots will feed your children. The robots will play with your kids. They're supposed to be like, what do they call that? Like humanoids? No. Anyways, I don't know. They're supposed to be like human-like robots. And so this family buys one, and they got a couple of youngins, and it's a really endearing, sweet movie about robots, and if we built these creatures, what could potentially happen to society if we had kind of like a false generation of robots walking around, or like, you know, artificial intelligence walking around with us. But anyways, he falls out of this window and he starts glitching like nothing works. His body's going crazy. His eyelids twitching. That's how I felt in there trying to clean those shelves. I mean, the whole system was breaking down. My left side is stabbing me. My stomach is making weird noises. I'm gagging. My hair's sticking to my neck because I'm sweating. Why am I sweating? I don't know. It came with the stomach cramps. I don't know. I just started sweating so bad. It was kind of hot in there. But yeah, I was just like glitching, you know. What is happening to me right now? Am I dying? Is this death? Am I going to meet my maker? You ever like have a cup of coffee that messes with your stomach, but you think you're tripping, so you drink more coffee thinking that it'll pass? Thinking that you need more caffeine quicker and you'll feel better, so you just chug some coffee? That's probably not a good idea, man. That's probably what messed me up. Because I took a sip and I was like, I'm not feeling good this morning. So then I go back over there to where I left my coffee and I start chugging it. Well, 20 minutes later, I was sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. Why are we going so slow? I feel like we're going so slow. We are. It's 65. What is wrong with you? Bro, he was doing 52 and had me doing 52. And it's 65. You can't trust these fools. You gotta pay attention. I am so sorry. I mean, I was just flowing with traffic, okay? I ain't seen a speed limit sign since I got on this mofo. So I was flowing with traffic so I don't get a ticket. Because Lord forbid they tell us what the damn speed limit is. Always trying to make money off of us. They got to speed trap us. As if there's not enough damn dummies that speed anyways. They got to leave us all out here in the dark. Wonder, what's the speed limit? Driving 5 miles. Where's the speed limit sign? Damn entrapment. I never saw a speed limit sign on that road. How many for like 5 miles, not a damn speed limit sign in sight. That's what I was looking for. That's why I was slow poking behind Pawpaw. Know what those are. The only 3 I can remember are those, Segas, and Coconut. And I don't know if I'm saying the Saga right. It might be Saga Toms or Sega. It's S-A-G-A. That's all I know. So you say it however you want to say it. Oh my God, the farther I go, the less people I see. This sounds like a great freaking idea. Love it. Sign me up. No people. You said there's no people? I'll be there by morning. What you mean there's no people? Sounds like a vacation to me. Hell yeah. Oh, no. Let me get my ass out of the express lane before I get a damn ticket. Or a fine. No, so, if you're gonna... Usually, I put my thing on no tolls so that I don't go through the tolls, because if you get a toll and you don't pay that toll, your license gets revoked. So, so exciting! So, I steer away from the tolls, and I typically have avoid tolls on my phone because I don't want to go nowhere near them. I think I got a belt that's making some noise, y'all, in my car. I think it's a belt. Can y'all hear that? It stopped. I hope it ain't like, I don't know. What's the belt that I don't know of any belts. Timing belt? Is that one? Timing belt? We're almost there. Like 12 minutes away. Yay. Well, at least I didn't have to go too far. Oh my God, these highways are crazy. Am I going to the left? No. That's a toll. Please don't ride my ass. I'm already going too fast. Go on. Always them damn tiny ass cars. You know, if you nail somebody, honey, you ain't gonna make it. Not in that little fucking thing. No, you won't. Not going over 70 miles an hour. No, you won't. There'll be nothing left. Maybe I need to give, you know, with all the camera footage, I need to, like, showcase this and show you what would happen if she actually hit something in that Corolla. There's crime scene photos. I can show that stuff, but it'd be pretty fucking graphic. This is probably why it's not on YouTube. This is why these idiots are out here and they drive like that, because they don't even understand the risk that they're putting their lives in. If they saw those photos, they wouldn't be driving like that in them tiny ass cars. Because when you hit something, it's over. You're not going to survive. And if you flip it, oh, it's a double fucking wrap. It's over. Game over. Now, if you in a big ass Suburban like that, you might survive, depending on how fast you're going. But if your kids ain't buckled in, they'll be dead. Because they'll turn into objects that just bounce around the fucking car. That's what happened to Diana. That's how she died. Princess Diana. The force of that accident was enough to cause injuries to the inside of her body. Tore the sac around her heart, tore her lung. She had internal bleeding. That's how she died. Massive chest injuries from not wearing a seatbelt. Diana would still be alive if she had on a seatbelt. The guy that was seated to her left, diagonally in front of her in the front seat, he survived. He was the only one in the car that lived because he had on a seatbelt. It's really sad. When I see these fools out here driving like that, it's only a matter of time before they cause an accident. Oh, and I guess everybody's getting their damn tax checks because I done saw like 20 new cars in the past week. Everybody got temporary tags, you know. Well, you better buy them while you can, because these tariffs are going to make car parts go up. And is it paused again? I've done lost track. That's why I stopped talking about it, because it's like y'all playing this damn game and I can't keep up. So when we have a winner chicken dinner, let me know, okay? So that I can report 6 months later after y'all's chess match. It's crazy. Did China finally back down? They better. And hell, I don't want that shit from China anyways. Everything I own is from fucking China, and that's why it's breaking. That's exactly why it's breaking. Shit. Why would I want some more crappy ass damn cheaply made products? We need to start manufacturing stuff here. Sir, you ain't even supposed to be in that lane with that damn U-Haul. You are technically considered a transfer while carrying that U-Haul, and you are supposed to be in the slow lane, only to use the other lanes as passing lanes, you dumb fuck. Swear to God. I can't wait till I have a sign on the back of my car and I can just type in the words that I want to say. Because I'd have an arrow pointing to him right now saying, you are an idiot. All of them. Lord. Just like transfer trucks ain't supposed to be in that damn far lane. Ooh, pretty. Oh my God, it's so pretty. It's gorgeous! Bonita. Jesus, it makes you feel so small when you're out here in the thick of it and you can see all that beautiful open water. Is that a boat? It is, they're fishing. On the road again. Sing it with me, Shrek. I can't wait to get on the road again. And in the morning, I'm making waffles. much land to explore here. There's so many things to explore here. Eyes going. Eyes going. I've never been over this bridge before. I see that water. Oh, you can't. Shit. Can't see any. Oh my god, so many sailboats. I wonder if it hurts to prick your finger with a mama. I'll be fine, but like, how bad does it hurt? I actually have a very high tolerance to pain, so once I get past the pricking myself part, I'll be alright. But, whew, something's got to be going on. I either got the flu, I've been poisoned, or I got the diabetes. 1 in 3. I didn't know that hypoglycemia could turn into diabetes. It's like, what'd they say, preset, onset? It said something when we learned about it yesterday. Shit. Oh my god, these motherfuckers are broken. Y'all dumbasses. Oh my god, I almost saw a bad accident the other day. Y'all, this guy was in a dually Ford, like F350 or whatever. And he had a trailer on the back that had a Sprinter van strapped to that trailer. I don't know what happened. I was right beside a transfer truck. It was a 2-lane road. I look up, and this son of a bitch is up on 2 wheels. The fucking back of that trailer, the van that was on the back, was literally teetering over. The truck in front of it was like, skr, skr, skr. His fucking wheels of that F350, it never dawned on me that if you have something on the back like that, a load, that it would make the front vehicle flip. Almost witnessed it in real life. Me and the transfer truck. I look over at him. He's slamming on brakes. I'm slamming on brakes. The guy finally straightened it back up. But I know that scared the shit out of him. And I looked at that transfer truck, and he looked at me and smiled. And I mean, because we almost come to a complete fucking stop. We almost stopped traffic on the highway. It was so crazy. And I finally kept going, and I got past that guy, and I was like, you know, because he kept it on the road, bro. He liked to just cause more than $100,000 accident. He liked to lost the van, the trailer, and his own rig. And I go by, and I'm like, you know, you did it, dude, right? And I noticed that he's got fucking 2 big-ass dogs in there. And they are just all over the damn passenger seat in the back. And I saw one trying to get up here and another one in the driver's seat. I said, Lord, that's what done it. Them damn dogs like to took him out. Them damn dogs, you feed them, you love them, and then they try to kill you. That's exactly what happened, more than likely. He got them damn big-ass St. Bernards up in there, damn moving the damn truck around. When I tell you that son of a bitch had probably been driving longer than I've been alive, I don't know how he done that. I don't know how he kept it together like that, because when I looked up, the Ford was going to the left, and the back of that trailer, the van was teetering off the top of that trailer. I don't know how that van stayed on there. It don't even, physics, bro. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. It was crazy. Where was, I was going to North Carolina when I saw that happen. So that was like Saturday. Yeah, Saturday night. And it might have been the next morning. I don't remember. It was on my trip or back or to North Carolina. That was the wildest shit I've ever seen. Like, it was so bad. I know me in that transfer truck was just waiting for him to go off the road so that we could respond, because it was so bad. It was unbelievable when he touched wheels back to ground. It was unbelievable that he straightened it up and saved that entire load. Listen, I'll get in an Uber with that son of a bitch. I will. If he's driving my Uber, I'll do it. If that man's driving my Uber, I'll get in an Uber. But if it ain't him, I ain't getting in it. You know what I mean? That old head knew what he was doing. That was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. I ain't never seen no stuff like that. Like with I didn't even think about the trailer. I guess it makes sense. If you lose the load on the back, if it flips over, it's gonna flip the other car in front of it that was carrying it. They gonna both be on their side. It makes perfect sense, and that's almost what I witnessed. It was crazy. The van that was on the back come up off the damn frame of the trailer, and then the trailer's coming up off the ground on two wheels. It was so much. I didn't even. What am I looking at? What's gonna break first? Which of these three things with wheels is gonna lead to somebody dying today? Am I turning here? I guess I am. We at Walmart. I'm gonna get a damn blood pressure kit. Why are you stopping? Jesus fucking Christ. All that money and no brain cells. Fucking Acura MDX. He's like 95 years old. Of course he is, Brooke. How old would he be? Come on, I'm dying with the diabetes. Get out my way. I don't feel good. Jesus. I need a fingerprint, a prick, and a blood strip. It says they got them for $23. They better have them for $23. I ain't buying it. They be lying about everything. Woo! I've been robbed. We're gonna transfer out $28. If they ain't got it, they ain't got it. Hello. I know they are. They're very dangerous. Oh. Lord, let's go, y'all. I need a card. Oh, God. There it is. Yeah, I thought maybe like the nicotine patch made me sick too. I don't think it was that, y'all. I think it was that coffee. Oh, you think I need a damn ID to buy a diabetes testing kit? It is Walmart, and they ignorant as hell, y'all. So let me just grab my driver's license, because they be like, oh, you gotta be 18. Bitch, I look at least double of that. And I had one cool guy one time at Walmart. I bought some nicotine patches the last time I bought them for the channel to damn, my head hurts so bad. For the channel so that I could damn clean up trash. Remember the first box we bought? Anyways, no, it was the second box I bought, because I bought them from Walmart. The first box we bought was from Walgreens. Anyways, he took one look at me. It was some cool ass dude. I said, damn dude, I forgot my driver's license. I said, I gotta go run to the truck and get it. He said, no. He said, don't worry about it. I can tell you're over 18. I said, thank you so much. What happened? Ugh. I said, thank you so much. He was cool about it. I wish everybody was cool like that. They act like they're trying to get them hemmed up over some nicotine patches. Does ABC even worry, or alcohol law enforcement, tobacco, or whatever it is, the ATF, do they even worry about nicotine patches? Like, seriously. They be out here acting like somebody wants their Walmart position. I mean, I did 6 months ago. Now I don't. Now you can keep it. Yeah, I don't know what those palms are called, you guys, but they're not coconut palms. That's a different breed. Those are the tall ones, though. They'll get bigger. Sometimes it can take up to 30 years for them to mature properly. Did you know that? It's an investment. Buy you some land, start planting your palm trees, wait 30 years, boom. 30,000 a palm tree. I think they're like 10, but anyways. What are we looking for? A diabetes testing kit so I don't die from the diabetes. I hear music. Y'all know what's making a comeback? Vests. Do y'all remember like the Spice Girls used to wear them? We all wore vests back in the day. Maybe not the ones with the pockets, but they were more professional than this. I actually have 2 in storage from the 90s. Sorry, it's the ADHD in me. These little dresses, these are pants. That is adorable. I would so wear those with a white tank top. It's okay, buddy. Oh, baby squirrel. Y'all, I'm looking for a diabetes testing kit, and that's for darn syphilis. Oh, I think this is it. Easy and simple AccuCheck. I need an employee. Damn it. We're going to be here all day. So I got to ask questions. So do I need the AccuCheck? Do I need some of these glucose testing strips to go with them? Hey, how are you? Does anybody on here have the diabetes? I'm going to get one of the kits, but don't I need some of the strips to use in the kit? Hey. That makes sense, Queen Palms. All right, we got it figured out. They were so kind to help me, and thank you so much. So I couldn't figure out if I needed these testing strips to go with it. And I do. I think that's the ones that get, yes, I see it. It says Acu on it. So the device is $13, but the strips are $30. That's how they get you those testing strips. That's what's expensive. And when I got diagnosed with hypoglycemia like 10 years ago, they actually gave me 2 of these from the doctor's office, and I don't know where they're at. I never used them. Oh, Joe Mama, be safe. Yeah, the needle's in here. Be safe, Joe Mama. Thank you for hanging out. Music. I don't even remember which way we came in. I'm sorry. You there? Bullshit. I don't know why my head is killing me right now. I hope I ain't got the measles or something. I think I'd know by now if I had the measles. But the flu's going around too. I hope it ain't the damn flu. When I get sick like that, like the flu or something, I get migraines. Anytime I got a cold, I got a headache. I'm not excited about pricking my finger, but you know, it's gotta be done. I just ate, so my sugar should be pretty normal right now. I wish I would have had this morning when I was down being murdered from the inside out. Where's the keys, Louise? We're back. think that goes in there. Shit. Really? The fuck? I thought this was gonna be easy. Is this really necessary? It's like a CVS receipt or Santa's naughty list. Lord. Oh, it's in Spanish. Okay. Okay. Lord have mercy. Set it up. I don't give a shit what time it is. I don't care if it says that it's 1942. Everything's right. Oh. Okay. Memory. Oh, it's asking me for one of them things. Sam, poke me? Oh, I see it. I see it! It looks like a piece of metal inside of the, there's like a piece of metal that goes all the way down. Alright. Lord have mercy. Which side's English? Alright. This goes in that, and then the testing strip goes in that. Okay, think. Why are you getting stressed? God. Oh, I see a little computer chip. Oh, that's so cool. It's got like, it looks like a computer chip. Oh, you can't see it, but it does. Bro, you should actually, 1 hour after eating. Yeah, probably. It's been about that time. It's been about an hour. It's fun. Let's see. Lock. Lock. Okay, now it's asking for blood. Damn it, Bobby. Why should that be so difficult? That thing better damn have batteries in it. Or does it need batteries? What's English? English, please! Alright, so you take that shit apart. But what is the 1, 2, 3 for? Oh, that's for the penetration. Why was it all the way on 3, fam? That's how deep you want it to go. For tougher skin, rotate to a higher number. I don't think I'm gonna need all that, fam. I think I'm a lightweight. We're gonna go with 1.5. Alright, how does this come off? Oh shit. Alright, here's the needle part. Which way does it go? Does it matter? Does it matter which way it goes? Shit. Oh, that don't go in there. Fuck. What am I doing wrong? fit in there. What the hell, y'all? I think I brought the wrong ones. No, this came with this. It says place the... It doesn't tell me how to put this shit in here. Okay. How is that possible? And why does this side say it but the other one doesn't? Okay, here we go. Wash your hands, blah, 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 blah. 5. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Alright, so, cap, button, penetration depth, ejector. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, so that loads it and that pops it. Alright, I gotcha. Well, how the hell? Insert it in until it... Oh, okay. Where'd it go? This is a pain in the ass. It goes in this way. Oh, God. And it said until you hear this... Oh, you twist it. Oh, I see the needle. It's got a needle. Okay. Now I'm scared. Which is crazy because I used to stick needles in my arms for fun. So... Alright. Shit, I'm scared. We're going to set it at 1.5. I don't want to do this. Can you do it for me? Do it for me, seriously. This thing feel raggedy as shit if I'm just being honest. Alright, let's cut this back on. Oh, wrong button. Fuck! I hit the wrong button. Oh. I didn't do it deep enough. Come on. Milk it, baby. Milk it. Damn it. Can I redo it? Now I'm making a mess. Okay, I've never done this before. Sue me. It needs to be deeper. There. And it's got blood, but it's not enough. Damn it, wrong button. There we go. I got it that time. Alright. I'm such a crybaby. 110. Damn it. I need alcohol wipes too for this shit. So that's normal. Fuck, no it's not. It's diagnosed as pre-diabetes. What the fuck? In general, less than 100 is normal. 100 to 125 is diagnosed as pre-diabetes. Lovely. What did I fucking say? How do I know shit? I ain't never had the fucking diabetes before. Clearly. But how do I know shit without knowing shit? And that's probably because It falls under the category of prediabetes. With lifestyle changes, it can be reversed. Bitch, with lifestyle changes, I don't even drink soda. I don't even eat sugar. Make it make sense. What do you mean with lifestyle changes? I eat a pretty healthy diet. Fuck. I'm going to pull up a normal chart. Normal blood sugar is 70. I'm just going to have to keep a chart. How does pregnant people have lower? I don't understand. And so here's the thing. It said, I don't understand what it's saying. It's saying that my blood sugar should be 140 after eating within 2 hours or an hour of eating. And it's not anywhere near that. It's low, which is the problem. I'm just going to have to keep an eye on it. Hey, Beth. I'm such a crybaby. I didn't want to do that. I need some wipes. Where are all my wipes? I buy them and they just evaporate. God, this damn thing. This is crazy. It's got 2 buttons. I don't think I'll need an owner's manual. But I am going to keep this in case I need it. I'm going to put my little testing strips in here. Throw this away. Maybe. These are the prickers. How the hell do you get this out? Shit. Alright. This is cheaply made. Oh, those don't bend easy. Jeez Louise. Alright. If you are feeling any symptoms like shakiness, dizziness, and lightheadedness, you need to see a doctor. I think we can just ignore that. So my body actually produces too much insulin. That's my problem. That's why I have hypoglycemia, is because my body produces too much insulin. So I won't need to worry about insulin because I already produce too much. I just got to figure out how to get this shit up. It should be around 140. Mine should be around 140. Symptoms of reactive hypoglycemia can include shakiness, nervousness, sweating, dizziness, blurry vision, and severe cases, even fainting. That's what I was worried about in the vape shop this morning. Between my stomach acting up and then... Sorry, I'm being nosy. Is that a Black Hawk? Between my stomach and my sugar, I didn't know if I was going to make it. What is reactive hypoglycemia? Reactive hypoglycemia. Boom. Toodles. Okay, so is that my problem? Reactive hypoglycemia is also known as post-periodontal hypoglycemia, or a sugar crash, occurs when blood sugar levels drop too low after eating. So it's when your sugar drops after eating. Dizziness. Symptoms usually appear within 4 hours, and it can include dizziness, lightheadedness, shaking, trembling, sweating, chills, faster heart rate. What did I freaking say earlier? It was like I could feel my stomach and my heart. That's crazy. Headaches, hunger, nausea, irritability, nervousness, weakness, blurry vision. It is a non-diabetic condition. I wonder if that's what's happening. I don't know. I don't know. Let's hope that it ain't nothing too bad. Y'all, I want to go to that Green Springs place so bad. It's like hours from here, though. Alright, I'm just going to go to one that's like 5 minutes away. Yeah, I know you should, Mama Swanson, because it's probably your body trying to tell you something. That's how I feel, and I feel like I ain't been listening for a long time. I walk around feeling like crap 90% of the time, no exaggeration. I've been saying this for 20 years. Ask my abuser, he'll tell you. I used to look at him and I'd say, I swear to God I got cancer or something, man. I don't know what it is, but one day when I find out, just remember that I didn't shut up for 20 years, that I felt bad. I always just... I really think that it's cigarettes. But it could be my sugar. You know, I collapsed at work, which is how I even found out that I had hypoglycemia. But, like, I don't know. I just constantly feel rough. Most days, I feel rough. Oh God, let's not all just sit here at the same damn time. Can we not? Where am I going? To the right. Ugh, shit. I mean, I've had a headache for 3 days, so. That sucks. That's alright, though. I still can't believe I cleaned that vape shop this morning like that. Crazy. God, it's getting on my nerves. Maybe people would use them more if they didn't have that damn clicking sound. Maybe that's why people don't use them, because they're so annoying. I get it. Food pantry. Ugh. It should be higher for all that sugar that I just ate at Panda. That thing is covered in sugar. FYI, if you're diabetic, be careful with the damn chicken at Panda Express. It's covered in sugar. From the sesame chicken to the Beijing beef. So I don't know how much sugar. I was actually expecting it to be like 150. Because that ain't nothing but sugar. Hell, it ain't even been a full hour since I eat either. It's been about 45 minutes. Where's this place at? I gotta come over. Today and I don't feel like it, y'all. I feel so bad. I fucking hate it. Why I gotta feel bad when I mentally feel good? I finally mentally feel like getting out and doing something, and now I don't want to. Oh wow, there's a lot of homeless people here. Shit. I just want a shady spot where I can pull up and mind my business. Sketchy and shady. I know, I want a nap too already. I mean, honestly, after the day I've had, how crazy. I'm exhausted. Yeah, definitely need to get checked out. I think you're supposed to do that, like, what, once a year? Aren't you supposed to get a yearly checkup? I ain't had one since I was, like, 16. What do? You just don't see a doctor. Hey, Maria! After you. Pride. Look, I tried. Oh, Lord. What time is it? 2 o'clock? I'll try it again at 4 o'clock and see where I'm at. I want chili sauce this time. I mean, one good thing is I've been eating this food and holding it down, so it's clearly not a stomach bug, because if it was, I wouldn't be holding food down now. So, chili. Damn it. That chili sauce is some of the best. You know who else has good chili sauce, believe it or not? Starbucks. They do. It's really good on the breakfast sandwiches. Y'all, what's going on in the world today? Anything major? They still fighting over terrorists. I don't care about the Pope being buried. No coffee yet. Yeah, I ain't never had no coffee make me that sick, but it could have. It could have. I believe it. I think that I was doing too much too early, you know what I mean? I hadn't really had time to wake up. Oh, God. Where's Kashmir? Oh, it's in India? Y'all know how we like fighting all over the West. They doing the same thing in other countries. A gunman killed at least 26 people and injured a dozen others in a dispute in the Himalayan region of Jammu and Kashmir on Tuesday, a rare assault on tourists in an area fraught by decades of insurgency and opposition to India's rule. The devastating massacre targeted sightseers in a popular tourist destination. This was in India, where tourists were gunned down in the streets because they were tourists, probably. I mean, allegedly, in my opinion. Now, this was in a mountainous, in a Tangnung district. And it's the region's worst assault on civilians in years. Most of the 26 people killed were understood to be travelers. You ain't supposed to be on no damn airplanes anyway, so keep to that rule and you won't wind up in India getting gunned down in the street. 2025 is not the year to be flying, okay? How horrible. So these tourists getting massacred has started a turf war or a war between local authorities. Tensions are rising between India and its neighbor. Despite Pakistan denying it had any role in the attack, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Missouri said that this was a cross-border linkages of the terrorist attack had been brought out by a terrorist attack. He's claiming that it was a terrorist attack. I don't know. I believe him. One woman said she was a survivor. She said she watched her husband get shot in the head while 7 others were injured during the attack. Sounds like everybody across the world is going through exactly what we're going through on our own soil. Oh God, Russia and Ukraine. Zelensky is a piece of work, ain't he? Good for you, J.D. Vance. What a brilliant man. Vance tells Russia and Ukraine to strike a deal or the U.S. is walking away. We should have said that last month. Vice President J.D. Vance warned Wednesday that Moscow and Kyiv must strike a deal or Washington will end its efforts to reach a ceasefire. And you know, once the Trump administration walks away, we're going to leave them to their own demise. And if Putin wants to invade, so be it. Ukraine had the opportunity to make a deal and they're being dummy because their leader is a dummy. He's a con artist. He's a thief. Makes me mad. I'm sitting here broke, can't find work, and this fool we done gave billions of dollars to, and he bought apartments and yachts and, are you for real right now? He should be in jail. Ain't that like treason? I'm pretty sure that's some kind of war crime where you steal money that was budgeted towards a war. You spend it for personal uses. It's exactly what he did. It's what he's been doing. So it looks like J.D. Vance told reporters, "We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it is time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process." I agree. I think we've been more than patient with Zelensky. We've went above and beyond to wipe his ass. So I think at this point, the best thing to do would be wipe our hands of him. Oh, now you're ready. Ukrainian President Zelensky said Wednesday that his country was ready for any negotiations that may be brought about to bring a ceasefire, as he sent his condolences to the families of the 9 civilians killed in the Russian drone attack on a bus earlier in the day. Why would you send your condolences to the person that's killing your people? Zelensky is a bitch. We should have been done with that when Trump came into office 4 months ago. Oh, so I'm in the vape shop, and you know, I'm holding on to the cabinet, trying not to die. And I hear on the radio that students are going to have to pay back their student loans, and then everybody's calling in the radio crying. Cry me a river. Your dumbass is the one that chose to take out a $50,000, $100,000, $60,000 student loan, and you think that the American people's tax dollars should have to pay that back? You're insane. You're insane. Certifiably insane. I'm literally homeless and can't get a leg up in life, but these spoiled brats that have the opportunity to go to prestigious colleges think that somebody owes them something when they've literally been given everything. And that's why you can't give people shit, because then they don't respect it. So crazy. So that's why y'all voted. They voted. Is that why they voted for Trump? I mean, for Biden. They thought they was going to have their student loans expunged. That's exactly why. That's exactly why they voted for Biden. 100%. Wouldn't you vote for the president that's going to save you $100,000? And that some of them loans are up there. For those that don't know, a decent student loan will cost you $50,000 nowadays. That's a low student loan. That's considered a low student loan. 10 to 50 grand. Middle, 50 to 100. High end, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. There are students, nurses, doctors that still owe $150,000 in student loans. That's a personal choice. Society doesn't have to wipe your ass because you can't wipe it and you're too impatient to play catch up and pay off your student loans. That's not a society problem. That's a you problem. So the fact that these people even think that society owes them something and society should pay off their student loans tells you exactly how immature they are. And that's why they voted for Biden and Kamala. Because they thought they was going to have their student loans deferred indefinitely. You know? Like, dumbasses. I'm laughing while financial aid pays for my school. See? I could have went to Florida State. I looked into going to Florida State. I was going to go to Florida State at Jacksonville 2 years ago. They wanted me to take out almost a $60,000 loan. I said I wasn't doing it. And fast forward, I go to a community college now. It's all taken care of. No money. I don't owe shit. See that personal choice? That's a personal choice. I chose to not go to Florida State at Jacksonville because I didn't want to take on a $60,000 loan. And I went to a community college where financial aid is going to pay for 99.9% of everything except for my computer. As a personal choice. These people that have tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans, that's their fault. It is not society's responsibility to wipe their ass because they feel entitled and they believe some senile old man who said that he was gonna bring them some debt relief, honey. That makes them dumb, double dumb. You were dumb to take on those loans for a degree that you can't even find a job in now because your degree was made up. Gender studies. DEI studies. Did you know that you can get a 4-year degree in like gender studies and fucking DEI programs? How ridiculous. And this is why college education become not worth a damn. And they think that we supposed to pay for their loans. Honey, I'm laughing all the way to my community college. You know what I mean? Ha 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 ha. All the way to the community college. So, if you know some idiot, or you were one of the idiots that thought that your student loans was going to be forgiven, it ain't happening. The Trump administration says it will soon resume collections on defaulted student loans for the first time in 5 years. And you wonder why we're in debt. People ain't even paying their bills, financing their lives on credit cards. So for the first time in 5 years, the Trump administration is going to resume collections on student loans. There will be nobody getting any preferential treatment. If I got that right, I deserve a brownie point. There were nobody's getting special treatment. This is a personal choice to go to school. Nobody said that you had to go to damn Harvard and rack up $100,000 worth of debt. That was a personal choice. The taxpayers, it is not on them to put everybody's brats through school. That is that brat's responsibility, unfortunately. And y'all know how I feel. We put way too much on young people to take out loans, to go to school, to get married, to have kids. We put way too much on these children way too soon. But what I am saying is, this is why I tell people to go to community college, because that is a personal choice. And it's irreversible, and it could ruin your credit. It can ruin your life. These student loans can ruin your life. So I agree with this. I never thought that anybody deserved to have their student loans paid off. That's preposterous. This country has had colleges since the beginning, more than likely. Few hundred years. First few hundred years, nobody else had their student loans paid for. That only came up during the Biden administration, and it was baloney to get you to vote for them. Because God knows, all they can do is just hand out money to people that don't fucking need it, that aren't even citizens. So it looks like May 5th, if you owe student loans, May 5th is the deadline. They're going to be blowing you up, wanting their money. The Department of Education announced Monday that its Office of Federal Student Aid will resume collections on May 5th. Meaning it can start taking funds out of borrowers' tax refunds, Social Security benefits, and eventually wages. They're going to dock your pay. That's what it sounds like. I don't know. So, the Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, together these actions will move the federal student loan portfolio back into repayment, which benefits borrowers and taxpayers alike. The change will affect 5.3 million borrowers who went into default before the pandemic. Technically, a borrower is considered in default when they have failed to make a loan payment for at least 200, and this says 270, but it was 290 days. So if you don't make a payment within 290 days, then it goes into collections and it's a default. Even more borrowers are delinquent on their payments and may be headed towards default. About 2.9 million borrowers are 60 to 90 days late on their loan payments. Another 4 million are in late stage delinquency, have been reported to the credit bureaus, and are quickly approaching default. Let's see. Can not paying off your student loan ruin your credit? I'm full. Yeah. Yeah, the loan can go into default and affect your credit. Even one missed payment can lower your credit score. Why'd you take out that expensive ass loan? You know what it is they don't have the concept of the dollar. You know, because they're all financing their lives on credit cards. So, you know, free money is free money. They don't understand that it's not free money. They don't understand that it's not free money. That's exactly why they took out that loan. Because they don't get the concept of a dollar. Well, sounds like 5.5 million people are going to be struggling here soon. They already are. So sorry. Should have went to community college. Would have saved yourself down $10,000 to $100,000. Ugh, I feel so bad. Most of the time, yes. Unless you're going into some specialized field or something special. Like, I don't know. I know the community college that I'm going to, they have everything from nursing to a lot of trades. You know, I mean, they got everything that you can think of. I think I even see some shit for mortuary science. I was like, what? Now there's only 2 schools in North Carolina to go to that for. And actually there's one, Appalachian. That's the only school in North Carolina where you can go to school to become a mortuary scientist. So if that's your dream, that's your dream. But you know that you're taking on those loans and that you're going to have to pay them back. Where did this, it's like the Biden administration, they literally created entitlism in this country, widespread. These people have been brainwashed into feeling like they are owed everything. That's the Biden administration. They did that. Thank them for that. That's why everybody's out here with the damn handout like we ain't all in debt. Makes me so mad. The audacity to come from a good, stable family, have a normal high school, experience, and then you choose to go to expensive ass school just so you can feel cool at a prestigious college. And then you think the government is supposed to pay that back for you? And then you got somebody like me that's been fighting tooth and nail for almost 20 years to complete a degree. All I've ever wanted to do is go to school. And they make it impossible when you're homeless. I'm so sick of entitled people. It's like the people that actually need help, they never want to help those because it's not beneficial for them. The school, financial aid, Department of Social Services, all of the places that are supposed to be there for students, yes, for students, they don't want to help you. But if you choose to go to one of the most prestigious schools in the country, then the Biden administration will offer to pay off your student loans. I mean, it's stupid. We got people out here that would love to go to college, and they can't even find the means to get to school and home every day, or the means to find Wi-Fi to do their schoolwork. And these dumbasses out here chose to spend $100,000 on a school so they would feel cool. It's just like buying name brand items. There's no logical explanation as to why school would be that much anyways for a damn nursing degree or for gender studies. Doesn't even make sense. The price point does not match the degree. They've all been scammed. They've all been scammed and they don't even fucking know it. And that's why half of them are sitting there with degrees in damn DEI studies with no job. And they deserve every bit of it because they were dumb enough to fall for that shit. Yeah. That's why half these fools out here can't find a job, because they got bullshit degrees. If you don't know, you can get a degree in it, whatever you want. You can just make it up in some colleges as you go along. Did you know that? Yeah. You'd be like, what's your 4-year in? And they're like, emotional studies. Like, what? Emotional studies? I bet you it's a real thing. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? I put $20 on it. Can I get a degree in emotional studies? It's called affective science. Is the study of emotional or affect. And I don't think it's like a 2 or a 4-year degree. What job can I get with a master's in social emotional learning? So it is a degree. It's a master's in social emotional learning. You cannot make this shit up. How did I know? Well, I knew because I got friends right now with bullshit degrees and they can't find a job. That's how I knew. It's fucking insane. Insane. The world has lost it. Emotional studies. And this is a master's. A master's in social emotional learning. I guess it probably would fire. Oh. You cannot make this up. Arcadia University. They have a program. Their online masters in social emotional learning from Arcadia Academy online. Okay, I accepted it. Now move on. Social and emotional learning master's degree. Can you believe this shit? Online masters of education in social emotional learning. Choose a master's degree tailored to your path. What did I say? They just make it up as they go along. Today's education landscape needs expert leaders. Advance your education career with one enterprise. God, it stinks. What the fuck is that smell? Yo. Hell no. I got to move. God dang, man, what is that fucking smell? Oh God, it's everywhere. What in the fuck? Oh, hell no. What the fuck, man? I saw this homeless guy go over there. I don't know. Listen. I gotta find a park. Give me a minute. Disgusting. So bad, and it come out of nowhere, bro. It smelled like straight, like a porta potty. I don't know if he went behind that bush and took a shit or something. I don't know. I don't care. There was literal bathrooms in there. Why are you breaking? There was literal bathrooms for the park, so I don't know why he would do that. But all of a sudden, I saw this homeless guy walk by, and then 5 minutes, that smell hits me in the face. And they do that. They'll walk right past you. They'll go to the bush right beside you, and they'll pop a squat and take a shit. Swear to God. Ask. And there's a toilet there for them to use. Where's my vape? Oh God, here we go. Oh God. I probably didn't drop it between the seat because I brushed my teeth. Oh, I'm sitting on it. Come on, y'all, let's go. I don't know where I'm at. You know, I'm so sick of this damn GPS. So sick of this GPS. It's telling me I'm going the wrong way. I just want to cry. Okay, fuck this. I'm going somewhere else because it's too complex. I'm going the wrong way. I need to be going. Go. see through here, and these fuckers are flying. Rerouting me. You just told me to go this way. Piece of shit, I swear to God, I want to throw it out the freaking window. Rerouting, that's what it says. If Apple was made in China, my Apple was made in Japan. You know what I mean? I swear to God, I bought a used phone or something. I don't know. That was manufactured in some damn boy's basement. This ain't no regular Apple. This is a dysfunctional Apple. Where everything glitches. And everything was fine until that lady updated my phone. She did that intentionally. She's like, oh, it'll speed up your phone. No, you dumb bitch. It gets rid of the memory so that I have to get a new phone, you scam artist. If you don't update it, it'll be fine for 10 fucking years. Why do I need an updated keyboard? My old keyboard works just as well as the new updated one. So why do I need to update it? It's stupid. That's how they get you with the memory, the gigabytes. Because once the phone's gigabytes fills up, the phone starts glitching and it slows down and it stops working. Well, the more you update your phone, the more you're running through those gigabytes. If you don't update it, the phone will last you for over half a decade. I should have never let her touch it. I let this lady at Boost Mobile hold my phone for 1 minute, and it ain't never act right since. And I've had the same phone for like 6-7 years. Because that's how long you're supposed to have it. Nobody needs a new fucking phone every year. People have been brainwashed into consumer bullshit. $1,500 freaking dollars for a phone, and I'm supposed to get one every year? Not happening. Not happening in the slightest. It's stupid. I mean, it's propaganda. It's consumerism. And it's exactly why all of our products that we buy fall apart within days or weeks of owning them. From camera stands to your new fancy leather couch to the new shirt you bought on vacation, everything just disintegrates because everything is so cheaply made. Will you freaking go? Am I still in Jacksonville? I thought I was like an hour from Jacksonville. I guess I'm still in Jacksonville, but it's 10 times the size of Manhattan. It'll take you an hour and a half to get from the north side to the all the way south side. So it's a lot of area. I drove 45 minutes, and technically I guess I'm still in Jacksonville because there went JSO. All I know is I just bought a computer, and that computer is going to last me for the next 15 years. Sure will. Mark my words. We'll be having this conversation in damn 2040. I'll be like, yeah, I got that same computer from 2025. Is that 15 years? 25, 35, 40. Oh, look at me. Sometimes my brain does work. Sometimes my brain does work. But for real, 100%. As long as I don't update it, it'll be fine. You need to download the new Windows. No, I don't neither. My old Windows works just, and I don't even, I bypassed that. Remember, I got the free typing app, remember? So that I don't have to pay for damn Microsoft, remember? Libra. Ha ha ha, joke's on them. I'll never need to update it. I got Libra for free 99. Free 99. Sure did. Free. Microsoft my ass. I don't support that lunacy, you know? I refuse. And Libra works in unison with Microsoft Word. So if I get an email that's Microsoft Word, Libra will let me open it up and vice versa. So it works in unison with Microsoft. So you never need Microsoft. Libra it actually works quicker. That's the crazy part. And if I close out of something without forgetting to save it, it automatically saves it for me too. There's so many, I mean, we've literally been conditioned to think that we need these companies. Well, I haven't. I know better. But society has built this net, and you have to have these things in order to function. If you don't have them, then you ain't got no net, and it's bullshit. So screw Microsoft Word and get you Libra. It works better, quicker. It's a whole better app, processor, spreadsheet, all that shit. It's got like 6 different things I need. Everything. Excel. Like I can't believe that I was even debating paying $300 to access a damn Word document. It's crazy. I just bought the fucking computer. Why is it not on there? Oh, that's right, so that they can scam more money out of people. That's exactly what the computer guy told me. He said, well, they do that because you got to buy the computer, then you got to buy the software to operate on the computer. He was like, so it's a money grab. I was like, no, I understand, dude. I understand what a money grab is. It's a money racket. I get it. Ironically, I talk about these things all day, every day. So it's funny you should mention it, because this is my area of expertise. How is the American consumer getting ripped off on a minutely basis in America? I need a whole series. You know, but once again, I blame that on the consumer because they allowed it to happen. You're like, Brooke, well, they couldn't help it. No, they could. They could not buy it and get Libra. Boom. Microsoft Word has no choice but to put it on computers then, because nobody's spending money buying their Microsoft Word. See, that's how that works. That's a boycott. When you stop spending your money somewhere to fight back. So whenever y'all ready to ride on down on Mondays for McDonald's and damn Taco Bell for Tuesdays and Wendy's for Wednesdays, I'll still be here. Ready to go, ready to boycott, ready to use my platform to prevent them from making money. Sure will. They're the devil anyways. Ungrateful asses, killing people and beating them in the head at the same time. Imagine paying to get cancer from food, but also being hit in the head with the prices at the same time. So not only are you being killed from the inside out, but you're being robbed and beaten in the head while getting robbed. Crazy. It's like, is this a drive-through or is this a drive-through robbery situation? Because I feel like I'm being robbed of my health and my peace by coming through this drive-through right now. So sketchy. Oh, there's the Devil's Church. 1122. No way. Look at this massive building that this church has. Show me a preacher that doesn't own a church that looks like that, and I'll show you an honest man. Don't worry, his house is worth millions of dollars, so I know what I'm talking about. Show me a preacher that doesn't have $1 million house, and I'll show you an honest man. You know what I mean? It's ethically wrong. I don't care if somebody gifted you that $1 million house. Then you sell it and you give the proceeds to people in need. See, that's a preacher. most preachers where I'm from, they'd be content living out of a damn trailer. As long as they knew they were helping people, which is what they signed up to do. Becoming a preacher or getting into ministry has become the new scam. It's always been the scam. Billy Graham. What was that other crazy lady preacher? Joyce Myers. God. Oh my God. This is like, are we sure she wasn't the Antichrist? I'm just saying, maybe we should look at some of Joyce's, no, let's not, because that would be inviting Satan in. But like people like that, Billy Graham and all them in evangelical churches, it was all a scam from the start. It was all a scam. Hey Beth, back at it again. Sitting at a red light. Sitting at a red light. Emotional studies. Can y'all believe? I knew it. Sometimes I just know things without knowing things. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Can you imagine walking in and being like, oh, I just graduated, and your grandparents are like, oh yeah, what did you go to school for? And you're like, emotional studies. My grandma would have probably slapped me in the face. My grandpa fought in a war, fam. You think they you think they care about your emotional studies? You can take your emotions, ball them up, and shove it up your ass, okay? I can just see, I can fit. I ain't never told my great-grandparents that I was going to school for emotional studies, but I can see their faces if I did. These two 90-year-old people who lived through the Great Depression, wars, all of this horrible shit, and I come home from school and I'm like, yeah, Mama, Papa, guess what? I graduated from gender studies. They drop dead if I said that. Emotional studies. They'd be like, what? Like, I know, like, it doesn't even make sense. It's so stupid. From the medical field to the education system, everything got fucked up in this country when we put Biden in the office. Everything. Emotional. A master's. You can get a master's in emotional studies. Shit, I could probably ace the classwork as intuitive as I am about human nature. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could probably be valedictorian in that class. You know what I mean? Like, if I know anything, it's human emotion and damn behavioral patterns in humans and the way that humanity operates. So it's kind of comical because I could probably ace those classes. But damn, how boring. That's so lame. It's so lame, it's comical. I guess them real majors be scaring them. And they go like, oh God, I can't go to school for phlebotomy. I'm scared of needles. I mean, I don't get it. What do you think you're going to do with that degree? What do you do with that degree? You can't be a clinical. That takes 12 years. That's a whole different thing. So this is what this is for. Mark my words, this degree is in response to so many mental health problems out here in people. Do you see what I'm saying? But you can't go to school. I mean, to go to school to become a clinical psychologist, you need about 12 to 15 years. So a master's degree in emotional studies, I guess what they're trying to do is bypass. That's what it feels like. Listen, they're trying to bypass a clinical. I don't know what they plan to do with that. I guess you can do therapy with that. I mean, I don't know, legally speaking, if you're licensed to give therapy under some bullshit degree like that. I wouldn't assume so. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised at the knuckleheads that slip through the cracks. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It sounds preposterous. Emotional studies. How sad. There wasn't no other degree he was interested in. Nothing. Nothing. You just had to make something up. All them majors, and none of them perked your interest, so you had to make something up. How pathetic. They've been doing it all over the country. There's so many new majors that it would literally blow your mind at some of the dumb titles that these children have degrees in.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, me neither, girl. Me neither. Me neither. So, but that's the reason that they can't find a job. That's exactly the reason. Imagine going in and applying for a job and some fool sees that on your resume or, you know, under your credentials. It says a master's degree in emotional studies. And they're like, ma'am, this is a Verizon wireless. We sell cell phones here, not therapy. Well, I mean, yeah. Could you imagine? That's what's been happening. Is this it? Is this my turn? No. Where am I? Yeah, a lot of people have degrees, and it's got some crazy degree title, and it's not even logical. The name of the degree doesn't even make sense. If it don't make sense, it ain't true. Come on, Ultima. You already got so much damage to that back end. I'm gonna back off of you. And you got a tail light out. Your right tail light's out. Oh, you don't care. You're smoking a cigarette. I feel it. Oh, shit. I need to... Where the hell is this place? Was that my turn? This one's my turn. Alright. Please don't ride my ass. Oh my god, it's closed. What the... It's closed. Clark House Park, town of Orange Park, Florida. So I am still in Jackson. Shit. There's a body of water. Why can't I go over there? 5 minutes. Alright. I'm going to go to this conservation. I think I might have to do a few U-turns. Am I going back this way? Am I going this way? Google. You ain't worth a fuck. I got to drive a mile to figure out which way I've got to go. This is bullshit. Okay, now she's telling me I need to go back the other way. It's like it doesn't track where I'm at in my movement. See, like right now I'm doing a U-turn. Give me a second. She still thinks I'm going the opposite way. Yeah, I'm still going the opposite way. Why does it do that? Now it has me turned around. Sometimes I have to drive like a mile for it to register which way I'm going. What is that glitch? I want to punch that bitch, okay? So there looks like there's a wildlife conservation. Am I saying that right? Jesus Christ, these roads! That is in... Those little things are right in the middle of the road. Watch. Come on. Let's go, y'all. We do not stop on railroad tracks. Why are we stopping on railroad tracks? You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. Why are y'all stopping on railroad tracks? Fucking idiots. Swear to God. Y'all, one of these days I'm going to take all this footage from my car and I'm going to clip it and show y'all what not to do on the road, because I can't find any videos like that, and I've been looking for them. So maybe I just need to take actual footage from my car where people wreck and almost run me off the road, and use that to build a diagram of how you're to drive and not drive. Because it's crazy. I don't understand how I'm the one on live and I still drive better than 99.9% of people out here on these roads. I'm literally on live and I can keep up with what's going around me on all four sides at all moments. I can also pre-plan for a mile down the road as far as the eye can see. Which way I need to move and which lane I need to get in, because that's what you're supposed to be doing when you're behind the wheel of a car. You are supposed to be making moves 10 minutes in advance. It's like a chess game for the road. You're thinking about the long term before you get there. And while I was bitching about all this, I had a state trooper behind me. He's probably like, man, she's pretty, but God, she's mad. Yeah, buddy. You listen. You know why. You deal with these fuckers every day, sir. So don't be calling me crazy when I know you go home every night acting the same way I'm acting right now. Sick of it. You deal with these fools for a living, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Walk in the front door, you grabbing a Bud Light out the fridge, and you gonna judge me for being mad at these fuckers? This is beautiful. Oh, it's oceanfront. This is what I was looking for. Back there at that other park, there was like 4 homeless guys that were like, you never know. I'm out there by myself. You never know what could happen. I'm not judging them for being homeless, so don't take that the wrong way. There is, you know, a certain level of unknown and violence that can come with dealing with them sometimes, if you hadn't already been able to see through me. All right, let's rock and roll. This is beautiful. This is exactly, I can't believe this is still Jacksonville. This looks like Georgia. Hey, Beth, I hope you're finally chilling out. Are you still working? Look at the palm tree. I hope you're not still working. I hope you got some time off. First of all, these trees are gorgeous with that stuff falling out of them. I'm gonna be quiet. I think somebody's sleeping in that car. Yep. Alright, let's go. Ooh, it's mushy. Oh, this is beautiful. Looks like some nice front yard right there. I really hate to have this kind of park in my front yard, but whatever. Y'all, my head hurts so bad. I don't know what's going on with me. I think I'm dying. No, I'm joking. Ain't it sad? Dogs must be leashed at all times. Clean up after your pet. This is gorgeous. I want to go down to the water. Jacksonville is so big. I could actually probably take 2 weeks and just go to different parts and enjoy different parts of Jacksonville, because it's 10 times the size of Manhattan. So the area space is 10 times the size of Manhattan. So imagine the island times 10. It's a big place. Lots of space, lots of lakes. This is a lake. I think this is Jordan Lake, but I could be wrong. Look at those trees. So pretty. I'm actually surprised this is oceanfront. This park is oceanfront because all of this properties over here are residential, and that's the docks. You see a bridge we came over. Oh, it's got a little fish cleaning station, so if you catch some fish, you can clean it right there. Beautiful bush blooming. See? Look how polluted the water is. Y'all see that film sitting on top? Nasty. Oh, this is pretty. Can't see. Tiny little palm. He's fighting for his life. Ooh, what was that? Did y'all hear that? Something just jumped up. I see it. Is that a dolphin? something is right there. You see it? It's right there. What the hell is that? Oh, something just moved. Y'all, do y'all see this? What is that? Oh my god, it's like 3 feet 4 long. It's like white and orange. Can y'all see that? Let me turn this around. He is showing off. Is that the good one or the messed up one? Is that the good one or the messed up one? It's the messed up one. There he is. He's right there underneath the surface. It's huge. He was jumping up and he was probably about 2 feet long. He was like white and orange. Dang, I can't get him. He was flicking his fin up and splashing water. Where'd he go? Come back and play with me. See dolphins out here in the middle of, well, in Mayport, over by the docks. There's tons of dolphins at night. Usually about right before the sun goes down, you can see them swimming out there. It's pretty. I don't know what that was, but it was some kind of fish. I saw his body. So why are you a pet owner if you can't follow the law? They're disrespectful. It's the same motherfuckers that don't have their dogs on a leash. Cute little park. I did work today. Get so sick of people. Same idiots, different day. I wonder what was here. Was this like from a road or something? Where did all these big pieces of cement come from, and why are they still laying here? Were they planted? Were they left over from an old tunnel? I don't know. They've been sitting here for forever because they got grass growing in them, whole plants growing out of them. You know what I mean? God, it stinks bad. That's the only thing about this area, man. It smells like ass everywhere you go. You can't run from it. It's just pollution. Trees are gorgeous. Beautiful park. I wouldn't get in that water, but I wonder how far back it goes. Oh, they just got a fresh gazebo. Was this mulch supposed to be for a walking trail? Yeah, see, a park like this, you couldn't roll up and stay parked in this parking lot. You couldn't stay overnight in this parking lot. You'd be in jail by the morning. These people ain't gonna let you park over there and not call the cops on you. They will absolutely call the cops on you. They don't want you in their neighborhood. I think most people, the misconception is most people think that they can just pull up and park somewhere and stay overnight. You can't. Definitely not at no park like this. The neighbors won't allow it. They'll see your car and make sure that the cops show up to run you off. Now, if you didn't have a car and you were on foot, you'd probably end up on one of these park benches, but it won't take long for the neighbors to see you. Call the cops. Try to run you off. It's gorgeous. Look at his ugly ass. Yeah. You are a funny looking little grasshopper, buddy. Did y'all see the orange? He looked like he had on a cricket first form shirt. He had an orange. Oh God, it stinks. Oh my God. That trash can. An orange line down his back. Oh, here we go. Coming in on his e-bike. I don't understand. It's a damn jungle. Trees are so pretty to me. It's the moss, whatever this shit is. It's really soft. Alright. What time is it? Y'all, after the morning I had getting sick like that, I don't feel too hot. I don't at all. My head hurts. My head hurts and I feel dehydrated. What was that? Ooh, lizard. Hello. So much wildlife. Follow the blue brick road. Cute park. Not too shabby. At least they have trash cans and picnic tables. I hear water. Oh. Here's a stream. Where's that water coming from? It sounds like a waterfall. Oh, look at them elephant ears. We'll have to go back there one day. I see a creek. See that creek back there? Damn, that's some thick ass jungle, fam. Where's the alligators? Through there. Absolutely. That's exactly where they'd be. That stagnant ass water. Water. Oh, this creep's probably been watching me online. Now he's gonna show up and watch me in person. Ain't it crazy how there don't be nobody around, and then I'll say like, oh, I'm going here, and then all of a sudden I'll pull up, nobody will be there, but then by the time we're leaving it'll be like 5, 6 guys out there. How weird. Pay attention. Sitting there watching his phone too. He's probably fucking... Remember the guy from Myrtle Beach that hunted me down and was watching me on live as I was on the phone with y'all? He's sitting there watching me on live. Creepy. I was looking for a park to chill. This ain't really the kind of park to chill. Yeah, he's fucking staring me down too. What a creep. So anytime I run into people that seem creepy, or I feel like, you know, maybe somebody showed up to try to make contact with me because they know I have a YouTube channel, I put down the description of their car, the description of the person, and then their tag number. I have it in a notes app. If anything was to ever happen to me, they'd have a whole suspect list. Not to mention the damn countless police reports that I've had to make in the past 18 months because of stalkers and other crazy people. It's really unbelievable. And that is not a conservation. I don't know about that. Why ain't my air working? So it gets so hot. The air doesn't work. It's 100 degrees. It says 90 in here, but I'm not going 11 miles to the park. Where the hell is the gym? I'm going to take a shower. $12 for a 7-minute drive because of traffic. I'm going to the gym to get ready for bed. I mean, I'm not going to bed, but I want to shower and put on something comfortable because I've been throwing up and sick all day. I can't believe I got into work and it went like that. I've never in my life been so embarrassed. I wanted to die. Westside? I think it is. I think this is the Westside. I ain't never been over here in 6 years of being in and out of Jax. I ain't never been to the Westside, I don't think. I'm usually in Arlington, Mayport, the beaches. It's cute over here though. Definitely. It looks more like Georgia. The greenery looks more like Georgia. But most of the Florida, the center of the state does. Only the beaches look real tropical, like palm trees and shit everywhere. Most of like, not the beaches, it looks like regular greenery. They got regular trees. It's really the beaches that look like Miami. Now, you get into South Florida and it looks tropical and flat as shit out there. I can't really describe what I'm trying to say. I guess you get it. The beaches look real tropical. Lots of sand. Of course, it's a beach, but like they plant more palm trees and stuff. I don't think most of those palm trees, I don't think those are natural, honey. I think they're transplants. Like half the state, you know what I mean? Usually when you see them, they're kind of unified, like they were planted, and I don't know. My shorts are getting on my nerves. Going on my ass. Come on, y'all. What is allocated bourbon? Allocated. That's what it says. Allocated bourbon. What is that? I mean, I don't want none. I'm just nosy. What is allocated bourbon? Oh, it's a real thing. Oh, it's limited. That's some special shit. Bitch, if you don't go in that Dodge damn Avenger piece of shit before I ram you by accident because you sat in that damn green light acting stupid. It's special whiskey. It's like, or bourbon. It's limited. They didn't make but just a tiny bit. Instead of barrel after barrel, they ain't no barrels. They was making buckets. They ain't got much. It's special. It's like allocated. Like there was only so much distributed. So you better get in there and get your special bourbon now because they're gonna be sold out is what it means. I think. Close enough. Close enough. Gate. I was going to bed early. I sure am. I don't know when, but I am, honey. I am. I'm gonna knock out like a damn log. I'm gonna be dead to the world for like 10 hours. Maybe not that long because I'll have to get up and go to the bathroom. Over everybody, but yeah, I need to replenish the system. Maybe get a damn liquid IV if my sugar don't come up. Don't park on the railroad tracks. I don't give a shit if they get mad. They can get mad. I ain't parking on them fucking tracks, dumbasses. What a dumbass. And this dumbass behind me is parked on the tracks with a piece of heavy equipment. What a dummy. I mean, y'all do know that, like, if a train starts coming, he's gonna get hit. The train can't stop. So when you park on the tracks, you're trapped in. There ain't nowhere for you to go if a train comes. You better hop the fuck out and start running. That's your best bet, unless you want to die. Once you park on those tracks, you are a sitting duck. And if a train comes, you're fucked. Do not park on the tracks. Stop before you get to them. And pay attention to the car in front of you that's already crossed over them. When they go, then cross them. Never park on the train tracks. I thought they taught this in fucking school. Is this not part of the driver's ed shit? And that man back there is like 70 years old. He should know better. You carrying a piece of heavy equipment too. Y'all remember the girl that got put in a cop car and almost died? Those were officers of the law, and they did not know. They did not remember or know not to park on those tracks, and they almost killed a suspect. What did she do? Technically nothing, because they never charged her with any fucking thing. They put her in the back of a police cruiser in handcuffs. They parked her on the railroad tracks. And it wasn't 30 seconds after they threw her in the back of that police cruiser. The cops walked away, and here come a train. And it hit her. She was in the back seat in handcuffs. And the train hit her. And by the grace of God, she survived. Well, she was fucked up. She may never damn walk again. Broken collarbone, broken back, broken arms, broken everything. I mean, they might as well have just took her to a damn 35-story building and pushed her off, because that was the equivalent of what happened to her. And it's really a damn miracle that she survived. I mean, that was God. No questions about that. She should have not survived. That was a miracle. Yeah, she sued, and rightfully so. I hope she gets a big fat paycheck. Big fat one. Hell, it sounds like she might need it, needing around-the-clock damn care. It terrifies me. So when I was going through driver's ed, I actually sat in on a high school because I had already graduated. But you have to go through a high school and or be 18 to get your license. Well, I had already graduated, so I asked the high school, the driver's ed department, if I could sit in with their students to take the driver exam so that I could get my license. And they said yes. Williams High School. And they had a train conductor come in who had been working on the railroad for the majority of his life. And he was crying because he was just telling these kids, he was like, please don't stop on the tracks. Pay attention around the tracks. He's like, I've watched enough people die. And he was crying. And I remember these kids who were, you know, my age or younger, laughing at this man. And I remember starting shit like I was getting pissed, because that's who I am. That's exactly why I'm a felon. If I see you bullying somebody that is trying to help you, I'm gonna rip your head off and shove it up your ass. Verbally. You know what I mean? How dare you? This man is trying to protect you. He's open, I mean, he's literally wearing his heart on his sleeve right now, talking about how he had to watch people die because he couldn't stop the train. He had to watch people die because of their own stupidity. And these kids were laughing at him. And I remember getting in a fight up in there with like 6 of them, arguing, calling them little pieces of shit, you know, because that's my favorite. And because that's what you are. I don't care if you're an adult or you're a child acting that way. If you're being a bully, you're a piece of shit. Plain and simple. Now that behavior, lucky for you, that behavior is reformable. But if I see it, I'm going to call it out. And I've always been that way. That's part of the reason that I was in trouble at school. It's part of the reason that I'm a felon. It's the main reason I'm a felon. I was defending someone else. I stopped doing that, don't worry. But if I see somebody saying something like that to somebody that's trying to help them, or somebody that's like minding their business, I'm going to be in your shit. It won't happen around me. You will never get bullied around me. I will make sure of it. As a matter of fact, I'll bully your bully. I don't know if I could do that, but I can try. I'm just not good at being petty and evil, so that's why I say I don't know if I can do that, but yeah. I'll never forget that. They were like literally picking on this grown man, laughing, hee 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 hee. You know how kids do, or adults in the workplace. How sad. I'll never forget it. That poor man, wherever you are, you changed my life, and you made me realize that I got to be safe on these railroad tracks. And I took everything you said to heart because you opened your heart. I don't know where you are or who you are. He said he watched, I think, over half a dozen people die. And he said he couldn't stop the train. And you could tell he regretted it. Like, he's got, I don't know, what do you call that? What do you call that? Like, it's not survivor's remorse because he wasn't at risk of dying. I guess it's remorse. It's guilt. It's guilt for operating the train and not being able to stop in enough time to save people. That's sad. Yeah, don't stop on the tracks, ever. No, you should never stop on train tracks. Trains cannot stop quickly and can cause serious accidents. Always wait off of the tracks until you are sure that you can cross without stopping. People don't know this though. They don't. Every time I go to cross railroad tracks, there's somebody already sitting on them. They don't know this. They don't know. They just don't know. I think that's most stuff out here. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, thinking that they're just ignorant and they don't know better. But now that I'm thinking about it, I really think that's the case when it comes to proper driving out here. I don't think they know. Why would you park on the tracks? Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Why? Trains are very, very heavy and take a long time to stop. By the time the train conductor sees someone on the track, it is often too late to stop. And how long can it take? Hold on one second. I would think that it would take, I would guess a mile to stop. Maybe longer than that. How many miles does it take for a train to stop? A train can take a mile or more to stop. Oh, damn. Imagine how good I'd be when I finish school. Especially at speeds around 55 miles an hour. For example, a freight train traveling 55 miles an hour might need anywhere from a mile to a mile and a half. Oh, I'm sorry, from a mile to a mile and a half miles to come to a complete stop. An 8-car passenger train at 80 miles an hour requires about a mile to stop. And listen, most of these times, these trains are in winds, bends, hills, hollers. They don't have time to see around curves. And that one was a stretchaway in a curve. So if a train come around that curve on that stretchaway, he wouldn't have time to stop. It's a football field, not a mile. So just please be conscientious, because I see so many people stopping on these tracks and it pisses me off. I almost want to get out, walk up and be like, excuse me, do you know that this is unsafe as fuck? But I mind my business. So this is why I vent to y'all. And also it helps people that don't know, just know what they should and should not be doing. And I don't know why they don't learn this in driver's ed, but that man that was behind me that parked on them tracks, not only was he elderly, but he had a piece of heavy equipment he was carrying behind him. That could have been disastrous. And I see it all the time. The average train is 18 football fields long. Imagine 18 football fields worth of heavy equipment going 80 miles an hour headed straight for the driver's side of your car. What could go wrong? Steel football fields. 18 of them. Steel football fields headed straight for you. It's a miracle that that girl survived that incident. Hold on, let's see if she got paid. I think it was Nevada. Nevada woman in police cruiser hit by train. Payout. Oh, she gorgeous. Damn, girl, you really... So this was the girl that was in the back of the car. She's absolutely gorgeous. She looks like a model. Beautiful. So what happened was someone called and said that this woman and I think another girl had gotten to a verbal altercation. It was a road rage incident. Someone said that they saw this girl with a gun. They called 911. You know what they didn't find on her after she almost died and they took her to the hospital and they searched her car? You know what they didn't find? A gun. So somebody called the police and lied because she purty and she had backbone, and they got into a road rage incident. In my opinion, she purty and she stood up for herself and she told some other driver to go fuck themselves, and they called the police and said she had a gun. So that was the whole probable cause to pull her out of a car and stick her in a police cruiser. It was a lie. It was a lie that almost ended up killing her. She almost died. It was a lie. Here's the SUV after they pulled her body out of it. Hold on one second. This is crazy. I really need to know how much money she got. $8.5 million. Good for you, girl. good for you, because the whole reason that they stopped you was a lie. The premises of pulling you out, detaining you under false pretenses was a lie. Search and seizure was a lie. You actually deserve double of that. And then you almost died too. That was what was, why can't you see it? Yo, I don't know why you can't see shit on this fucking phone, but I'm sick of it. Look at what is left of this vehicle. That's the car she was in. That's the police cruiser. Hold on one second. My phone's acting up. That was the police cruiser that these dumb fucks left on the train tracks, and she almost died. I mean, it's absolutely a miracle that she lived. She should have died that day. A Colorado woman, Rios Gonzalez, was severely injured when a freight train struck a police cruiser in which she was handcuffed and detained in the back seat. Once again, I need to say, under false pretenses. It was all lies while she was even detained. This is how quickly someone can call the cops, make a false report, and you be dead in the blink of an eye. You didn't even do anything. You told somebody to go fuck theirself when they cut you off in traffic, and you left it at that. You went on about your drive, and this fool calls the cops and says you got a gun, and then you almost die. Crazy. The incident occurred after she was pulled over for a road rage incident. She suffered, this says numerous injuries. She almost died. Numerous injuries. Massive industry. Broken bones, a fractured sternum, head injuries. She later settled a lawsuit with the town of Platteville and Fort Lumpton for $8.5 million. The cruiser was placed on railroad tracks when a freight train approached. And you can see the officers in the surveillance footage, their dash cam before the cars hit. You can see them panicking. They know what's about to happen. They're screaming, oh my God, she's in the back seat. But do any of them try to go and hurry and get her out? No, they don't. They just stand back as the car's being hit by the train. This is how dumb police officers are nowadays. If you think that this is an isolated incident of them putting someone's life in danger while doing a simple search and procedure, you're crazy. This happens every day. We just don't hear about it because it's not severe enough. And here's the thing. If this was not national news, we would have never knew about it. It was only because it was so severe and shocking that the news picked it up. And thank God, some lawyer swooped in to help this girl pro bono, which is how she was able to sue. But if it were you or I, and it was not publicized, we'd have to come out of our own pocket to pay somewhere between $10,000 and $70,000 for an attorney to fight this and to get us money. Do you have $10,000 to lay around to defend yourself, to get yourself justice? Because I sure as hell don't. I just want to be clear that these things happen every day to civilians who have done nothing wrong, and they can't do nothing about it because they don't have enough money to do anything about it. It was only because this was so severe that someone took on her case and helped her. If this was you or I, we'd just be at home crying about it in our beer, honey, with broken bones. It's crazy. I don't care if she did have a damn gun. That's her legal right to do so. She didn't, though. And it's crazy to think that these officers So one of the officers stated that they didn't know that the cruiser was on the tracks. Then you don't need to be a cop. Plain and simple, you don't need to be an officer. If you're that dumb and incompetent and you can't tell that your tires are going over train tracks, then you're too dumb to be a cop. It's unbelievable. So it looks like in June of last year, she won that $8.5 million. And first of all, if this is from a road rage incident, what gives you probable cause to pull her out of a car? and detain her. So they said they were investigating a crime, but they never found a gun. So let me find out that I can make a false police report and that will lead to them breaking the law. Because that's what they did. They had no probable cause to search her. They had no probable cause to detain her. They had suspicion. They can't do this. This is why she won a lawsuit. They were illegal as hell. This is not how you handle this type of situation. Body camera footage released days afterwards showed the train barreling towards the cruiser as Gonzalez sat inside, unable to free herself. Imagine being a bitch in the back like this. Hold on. I've been there a couple times, so I can give a proper representation. Imagine being, and it's so uncomfortable too. Them seats back there, your legs is all pushed up in your chin. Imagine, hold on, let me get it right. Imagine being back there like this, looking out your window and seeing a train, a whole train, and then looking out the front, seeing if the officers are coming for you, and they ain't coming for you. That's got to be terrifying. I know I'm making jokes about it, but really, I'm just trying to put it in perspective of how illegal this shit was. They had no grounds to detain her, no grounds to put her in cuffs, no grounds to put her in the back of the patrol car to start with. If you were investigating a crime, we don't do handcuffs. We don't do handcuffs unless they're under arrest. Now, if you want to search her car, you have to ask to do that. And then you can put her in a cruiser without handcuffs. But until you find a gun, she has not broke a law. So why are you breaking the law by putting her in handcuffs and detaining her in the back of a cruiser? And that's why she won money. Not to mention they parked on tracks and almost killed her. That's why she won $8 million. It's crazy. All because of a lie. All because of a phone call where some heifer was mad and she lied and said this girl had a gun. And she almost died over a lie. It's like Planet Fitness, but 10 times worse. How worse can it get? You die. That's how bad. Crazy. She deserves every penny. Every penny, good girl. You do. Listen, I bet she won't be out in the streets, damn. Starting no damn. And she ain't but 20 years old, so I'm sure that she was probably the problem. But that don't give them the right to kill her. And she almost died. And she could have severe injuries for the rest of her life from this. So she got lucky. Colorado is very crooked. I'm aware. Nevada as well. California, Nevada, they all have a history of corruption in their police departments, just like the LAPD. I mean, it's been one, it's like the NYPD, it's like you guys have your problems over there, just like we have our problems over here. They might be a little different. I'm on the East Coast, but I do know, Colorado, Nevada, California, even Utah, surprisingly. I was like, ain't that all Mormons? Huge numbers of corruption in their police. I mean, case after case after case of corrupt officers. So, I mean, there was the one officer in California just a few weeks ago that OD'd on fentanyl in the bathroom at the police station in uniform. He was on the clock getting high in the men's room, and his partner finds him in the bathroom foaming at the mouth, going through fucking fentanyl overdose. So the sheriffs come rushing in, hit him with 2 cans of I think it was 2 or 3 cans of Narcan they had to use on him, sprays. And the fucker was still dead. They had to hit him a few times with Narcan to bring him back. If we got our own sheriff's departments dropping dead like flies from fentanyl overdoses inside the sheriff's department, yeah, I would say we have a major corruption problem on our hands across this country. When the protect and serve becomes the perpetrator. You know what I mean? Like, y'all supposed to be out here stopping crime. Y'all the perpetrators of crime. Y'all selling drugs. Y'all messing with children. Y'all ODing in police stations. Y'all falsifying police reports and stealing children. Ask me how I know. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, he sure did. I think that was Los Angeles. Los Angeles sheriff ODs on fentanyl in police station wearing police uniform. On duty. Marvin Morales, how do you say that? It's Hispanic. I think it said different. An on-duty Sacramento County Sheriff's deputy survived an overdose on fentanyl after he had seized this drug during a arrest. So during the day, he had an arrest for a fentanyl seizure. He takes him to jail for possession of fentanyl. And then when he made it back to the police station, he went right to the bathroom to sniff the fentanyl that he had just locked a man up for possessing. You heard that right. Marvin Morales was discovered unresponsive on the floor of a sheriff's station bathroom. Drug paraphernalia was in the pocket of his uniform. He later told his police buddies that he was what? Trying to commit suicide. He's been depressed. World's tiniest violin. Is that not crazy? I mean, he was his not? Listen, the reason I made that, because that's how he looks. He's spread out on the floor, his arms are all, and he's like foaming at the mouth. He looks like a dead rabid animal that's still seasoned. It ain't been dead long. You know how like fish flop out of water? Yeah. What a dumbass. He was in full uniform. Yeah, so I believe you. Whoever was talking about Colorado, I believe you. Because they're everywhere down. Cop busted teenager at our park. Let's see. So, do y'all remember the inmate that died here in Jacksonville? He was beat by the... Well, he died from blunt force injury to his head. He had a brain bleed, and he was pronounced brain dead. They said the 9 officers that were fired from the correctional facility here in Jacksonville, Florida, they were terminated without pay. There was 9 of them. There was 8 correctional officers and 1 sergeant that worked in the jail. Now, these people were over the inmates. They had to ensure that all the inmates stay safe. Well, this guy named Charles Faggart, it's Faggart. Faggart? Faggart. Yeah. He died. Well, it looks like, I was looking for an update to see if they had an autopsy report as to how he died, because the officers are claiming that they didn't kill him. They're claiming that he killed himself on some kind of restraint chair. The FBI has been here for 2 weeks now, a week and a half. The FBI has been here assisting JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Department office, and Sheriff TK Waters with this investigation. Now, I think most of us already know what happened to Charles, but until the autopsy comes out, we're not going to be able to prove anything. I will say that it would be damn near impossible to give yourself to send yourself into brain dead. That is the type of injury we typically see from like blunt force trauma to the head, which is a lot of strength or pressure. It would be a big blow to the brain. So the fact that JOS is trying to claim that he did this to himself in a restraint chair, it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. So I'm going to wait till the full report comes out, but they have given a small update. It says protesters call for city council to ensure justice is served in the death of a Duval County inmate. Charles Faggart died Fagart, sorry. Fagart died. I'm expecting it with an O and it's with an A. I've said that word 1,000 times. I didn't mean it in that context. Usually when I say it, I mean it in that context. So that's why it's so funny. Charles Fagart died in an incident involving 9 correctional officers. Now, I just want to be clear that this man was in jail for a domestic dispute. Him and his wife had gotten an argument. She called the law. He should have never died. He owned a catering business. He also owned a food truck here in Jacksonville. He was a father, and a misdemeanor charge should never lead to a father never coming home to his family. Unless that charge was messing with children, okay? If it's messing with children, we can burn them at the stake. We write it down. The call for action for a Duval County inmate who was critically injured, his critical injuries led to his death. It looks like activists came together in front of the Jacksonville City Hall. At least a dozen people protested justice in the case. His family still does not have answers as to how he died. The sheriff's department didn't even notify the family that he was brain dead until 2 days after he was admitted into the hospital. Does that not sound weird? It is actually law if an inmate is injured or cannot speak for themselves. It's actually law for the first of contact kin to be notified that that inmate is hospitalized. They waited over 48 hours to do that. Why do you think they did that? They were probably hoping that he would die before the family would get there. That's just my opinion. But I know how these fuckers work. I've dealt with them my whole life. Whole life. Since 6 years old. How sad. I know them better than they know themselves. So, he died days later. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office released a partially redacted report in the names of 9 officers involved in the incident, but that did not provide full context of what led to the 31-year-old's death. The incident that sent Charles to the hospital led to the removal of non-correctional staff at the Duval County Jail. Still don't know nothing. There's nothing. They can just kill us in the name and got to give the public answers. Makes me so mad. And there was another one in New York that was killed. Not Robert, but another one. 10 guards charged over the fatal beatings of a New York inmate, including 2 with murder. 10 New York prison guards were charged Wednesday, this was last Wednesday, in connection with the fatal beating of a 22-year-old inmate last month, including 2 charged with murder. This is the second time a group of correctional officers in the state of New York was indicted for a death behind bars this year. Let's not forget Robert Brooks. He was killed 6 months ago in a correctional institution in New York. They beat the hell out of him. We have surveillance and body camera footage from that, and we know that those officers killed him. And the same thing for this child who was only 22 years old. And in my opinion, this man was struggling with severe mental health issues. He probably should have been in an institution and not a jail. These officers that work inside the correctional facilities, they are not equipped or trained with the tools that they need to handle mental health patients, but yet a good portion of the inmates that they have to preside over, a good portion of those inmates need to be in a state facility. They have mental health problems and they need extreme around-the-clock care. But since the mental institutions were defunded or shut down, there's nowhere to house these people, so they end up in the jails with none of their needs being met. And listen, if they've committed a crime, then they need to be in jail or some kind of mental institution that is a middle ground for, it's for inmates that have mental problems. Like, I'm just trying to tell you the dynamics of the way that people that have severe mental health problems are treated in these facilities. It's horrendous. The shit that I've saw, it will break my heart till the day I die. The indictment says several guards severely beat Messiah Nantawi, Nantwi, a prisoner at the Mid-State Correctional Facility, sending him to the hospital where he died March 1st as a result of the beatings. Is it Messiah? It's Messiaa. Is that Messiah? He died to massive head trauma and numerous other injuries to his body. This head trauma again. We saw it in the Brooks case. We saw it in the Fagart case. Now we're seeing it in this. 6 of the prison guards are accused of assaulting Messiah, and the remaining 4 are accused of helping cover up the crime. We saw that with Robert Brooks. All the co-conspirators met and agreed to continue with the story that everything they did was completely proper. So they met up after they killed this poor 22-year-old inmate, and they tried to get all their stories straight. All 10 suspects have pled not guilty. I wonder how they feel right now. You know? That's a little bit of pleasure that I do get, is watching these fuckers get prosecuted. And knowing that once they get in that jail, these inmates gonna take care of them. They sure will. They'll have to be put into protective custody. Because these are they're gonna be going to the same jail that they were presiding over. Think about that for a minute. I rest easy on this one, you know what I mean? I bet they already in hell right now in jail, you know? They probably already in protective custody because they can't put them in general pop, not when they've been a law enforcement officer. They'll get killed. They might deserve to get killed. That's between them and whatever inmate tries to kill them. That ain't for me to decide. That's that inmate. Oh, God, this poor child. So it looks like this is a lot of officers. It looks like there's 2 main officers that started this. Levi and Blair entered the room and began beating Messiah, including multiple strikes to the body and head with their boots. Y'all, I understand that this kid was in jail for a crime, but what you don't understand is this kid has probably never had anybody that was there for him, and he's probably been in and out of the system since he was a fucking juvenile. And it bothers me. It bothers me that people that have already been victimized continue to get victimized by the fucking criminal justice system because they were a victim to start with. It really bothers me. I just wonder what he was thinking in his final moments, knowing that nobody was coming for him and that these officers were going to fucking kill him. Because he knew, just like Robert Brooks knew. Nobody has the right to do this to anybody. I don't give a fuck. It's just so wrong, and it really bothers me. Because I've been there. I was in a holding cell getting beat thinking that I was going to die. I've been there. The only difference is I survived. I had black eyes, chipped teeth. And as I've stated before, I don't know how many was beating me. Somewhere between like 4 and probably 6 or 7. And they were on me. They pulled me in a holding cell and they were just all fucking hammering down on me at the same time. Then I felt a taser on my stomach. Like 5 times. I've been here. I was these boys 20 years ago when I was in legal trouble, 2009. That's when they pulled me in a holding cell and beat the hell out of me, and I thought I was going to die. So if it was happening to me back in 2009, that is probably 10 folds in our prison system and criminal justice system now. And I don't care what anybody thinks on this. I will never change my mind about this. It is not the state's position to punish them in this manner. It is the state's position to protect them and house them until their sentence is done. That is it. So it looks like they started kicking him, beating the hell out of him. It appears in surveillance footage that when the guards walked into the room, he put his hands in the air, stating that he did not have a weapon, and they proceeded to jump on him and beat the hell out of him anyways. That's what it says in this report. They handcuffed him and restrained him for no apparent reason. And then he was immediately assaulted by the defendants. It looks like at some point this 22-year-old kid started fighting back and he bit 2 of the guards on their hands. I mean, y'all kind of deserve it, but it's going to make it worse, boy. Can't do that. It looks like at some point he became unresponsive and the guards transported him out of the room, headed for the infirmary. He was also assaulted a second time in a stairwell and was dumped into a holding cell at the infirmary and further assaulted. The court document said the guards had no legitimate reason to assault him. It was also said the kicking and stomping, along with leaving him unattended in the infirmary holding cell for several minutes while displaying no urgency for medical staff to check on him, demonstrated depraved indifference to his life and resulted in his death. The indictment alleges that after his death, the suspects, which are the cops, quote, falsely claimed that he had a makeshift knife that had been found in his room. What do I tell you guys about if there's no evidence, they'll create it? That's what they did. The indictment alleges that after Messiah's death, the suspects, which would be the cops, falsely claimed that a makeshift knife had been found in Messiah's room. There was no knife. Quote, a body-worn camera intentionally hung in the men's room in the infirmary of the Mid-State caught 2 of the co-conspirators discussing the conspiracy to plant the weapon. Thank you, God. Thank you for this. When I be talking about how they will fucking falsify evidence, I mean it. Now we're getting a Windows view into how they conspire to set up people. This body-worn camera was intentionally hung in the infirmary to catch information. And what did they do? They caught information, honey. They caught 2 officers, co-conspirators, discussing how they were going to set this boy up and plant evidence of fake shank in his cell. So they were trying to make it look like he had a weapon and that's why they killed him. Do you get it? But there was no weapon. It was all a lie. Levi, Blair, and 3 other guards were charged with first-degree manslaughter. Good. From life with no chance of parole. If you want to put them in the electric chair, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. All for it. I'm all for it. I know. Dilligaff, it won't let me show that. YouTube, it blocks it because it's I guess, a gerbil's butt. Because it talks about a gerbil's butt. You know, them gerbils, they get offended nowadays. You can't talk about their arses. That's so funny. A gerbil's ass. It won't let you say it. This is crazy. Messiah entered the state prison system last May. He was 22. He was still a child. He had been serving a 5-year sentence for second-degree criminal possession of a weapon related to an exchange of gunfire with police officers back in 2020 time. At the time, he was shot multiple times while the officers were uninjured. Then, in 3, it looks like Messiah shot and killed Jalen Duncan, a 19-year-old, on Harlem Street. The following evening, they say he shot and killed Brandon Brunson, 36, at a Harlem smoke shop after an argument. Messiah's death comes several months after Robert Brooks was fatally beaten at the Marcy Correctional Facility just across the street from the Mid-State. These are across the fucking street from each other. Shut the front fucking door. All of these officers in the Brooks case and the Messiah case would know each other. They would be very close. They close enough to have each other's phone numbers and be group chatting and shit. How does Robert Brooks get killed and then 2 months later this man gets killed across the fucking street? Did you not learn anything from your partners across the hall? Lord have mercy. 6 guards have pled not guilty to murder charges in the Brooks death, and the other prison employees have also been charged. Let me tell y'all something. This 22-year-old kid that got killed and killed people, it's somewhat not his fault. It's the culture. It's the way these kids are being raised. It's the lack of parental guidance. It's fucked up, all of it. I just hate that the world is this way. This kid was probably raising himself, living a rough life because, you know, it's just sad. So I found the original article where he was Manhattan District Attorney, indictment for Messiah for 2 Harlem murders in 27 hours. So it looks like this kid gunned down 2 people he had an argument with, one at a gas station, and the other one, the 19-year-old kid, it looks like he knew. He shot and killed both of these other kids, and he was indicted on murder charges. The district attorney indicted him for killing 2 different people in a 27-hour period of time. So this kid clearly, but let me tell y'all something. I don't know, man. I just think that when you don't have, I think that it's hard for people who have parents and a family and a path in life to understand how people without those things fall into the lower pits of hell in society. They fall into drugs, alcohol, crime. When you don't have parental guidance in your life, this is what your life ends up looking like. Messiah is a prime example of not being taught the proper things. It sounds like he was involved in the culture of street life, and that led to him killing people. And then that led to his death. I feel for the kid because I can put myself in his shoes. And I was doing the same shit when I was his age. So, I just feel for the kid. He shouldn't have ended up dead. I know he killed people. On April 9th of 2023 at approximately 7:50 p.m., Messiah started arguing with 36-year-old Brandon Brunson at a smoke shop. After Brunson made a purchase and turned to leave, Messiah shot him in the head. Brunson fell to the ground, and when he appeared to move, Messiah shot him a second time, killing him. So it sounds like he was a very brutal little shithead. It sounds like he wanted to go to prison. But I'm here to tell you that there are millions of people running around like this out here among you. This is what I talk about. These are the very people that I talk about every single day that are dangerous. It doesn't negate the fact that he was killed. It's not the state's position to kill him. They sentenced him. He was serving time. He was being indicted on murder charges. It's really sad. I hope that they figure out what's going on here in Jacksonville with Charles Fagart's death, because it's wrong. And all of these inmates that are dying, I told y'all last year, remember? Found unresponsive in their cell, remember? And I said this is going to become a much bigger problem in years to come, you guys, because all systems are down. COs are not being trained like they used to be. They don't even have enough COs in prisons because the cops were defunded, and that means all departments. So, and I've personally experienced these things. I don't need to read the news to know what they're capable of. I've lived it. They stole my kid. They ruined my life. They hemmed me up on false charges. They pulled me into a holding cell and beat me. They tried to pin me on false charges in prison. Like, you have no clue the shit I've been through. And so I know what I'm talking about when I read these stories, because I've lived it. People cannot grasp how much power the government and local police have. As I said, when they don't have evidence, they will just invent it. And that's what they did in this case. They were going to try to frame him and say that they killed him. They killed an inmate because he had a shank in his room. And it was all lies. And whoever hung that camera up in the infirmary, I want to kiss you. I want to kiss you. Because that's how they figured out that it was conspiracy, that it was all lies. Because some camera caught 2 officers conspiring to hide this shank in the dead inmate's cell. Thank you, God. Sometimes you put stuff in my lap, I don't even know why I'm reading it, and then I get to the good part, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what I be telling them that they do. And I know that it sounds crazy to think that cops can falsify reports and evidence, but they do it every day. And that's the sad part that people don't understand. They do it every day. The majority. They will put stuff in a police report to bend the scenario or bend the scene. They will word things specifically in a police report to lead to a conclusion. Do you get what I'm saying? And they falsified everything in my court documents and police reports, so I know that it's possible because I've lived it. That poor guy, listen, he killed people. He sounded like a little violent thug, if I'm being honest. But the flip side of that is that violent thug that's probably how his life was his entire life. He probably his we don't know. I tried to look at his family history. They have nothing. But I'm here to tell you that if he's out here shooting people in the head at a vape shop at 22,
sorry, I don't understand.
It doesn't start there. You know what I mean? Like, that behavior he clearly has had with him for a while. We don't just wake up one day and go shoot somebody. It's a slow progression to that level of violence. Slow progression. So, it sounds like maybe he was a street kid, and yeah. Crazy. Well, one thing's for sure. 2025 is not the year for flying or going to jail, okay? Do not get in a plane and don't get in no legal trouble, because you might not make it home from bail, okay? They might kill you while you waiting on bail. So, you live and you learn, right? We live and we learn. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was thanking God because he always gives me the best news articles. I say stuff and then I can't prove it, and then something like that comes along and I'm like, oh, see, here's the officers conspiring to cover up this murder that they committed. I love it when stuff like that falls into my lap because I know that it happens. It's just so rare to be able to put it into a scenario so that you guys can understand it. But it's also really extremely hard to get the government to admit that the officers of the law have falsified police reports and planted evidence. They don't want to admit that. It probably happens a lot more than 10 times more than what we know about, because the sheriff's department doesn't want to release that information and tell us that someone was set up or evidence was planted. So I know that it happens because I've lived it. They took my kid on a whole lie. They ruined my life, had me charged with crimes that I did not commit. So I know the power that they have. When I find an article that puts that on display, I'm here for it. We need to be having these discussions to prevent people from being killed, to prevent people's lives from being ruined. It's crazy that the general public does not recognize and know the truth about our government and local governments. But the truth is if you F around and find out with the wrong cop, if he doesn't have evidence, he will make sure he does. If he's ready to fry your ass, they will plant it. They will lie through their damn teeth. Off the top of their badge, they'll be standing on it lying. This is why I say if they get a taste for blood, they're going to come for your throat. They will stop at nothing to lock you up, frame you, and destroy your life and your spirit. That's what they try to do once they get you to jail. But they will stop at nothing. They're not above planting evidence if they know that they can get by with it. I really wonder what led to this whole dispute with Charles here in Jacksonville and the other guy. Like, how did this get out of hand? How did this go south so quickly, It's really crazy to think that many officers, 10 officers, that not one of them would step back and say, whoa, you guys, this is getting kind of crazy. Y'all gonna accidentally kill him. But no, they never do that. We saw the Robert Brooks surveillance footage. The way they were jerking on his neck and hitting him in the balls, and they knew exactly what they were doing. You would have to be a complete ignoramus not to know that you could potentially kill somebody with 10 officers taking turns beating this inmate. They all deserve to go to jail, if not get the death penalty. This is unacceptable, and we have to set an example to make sure that laws are being abided by. Obeyed by? You know what I mean. Abated by? Shit. From. Let it be known to all the correctional officers, to all of the police officers, if you frame and kill inmates, that you're going to die. We need to make an example out of these fuckers. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. First degree manslaughter, I love it. Unfortunately, they don't qualify for the death penalty. Unfortunately. But, they can sit in jail for the next 20 years soaking up taxpayer money. And then they'll get out and be pieces of shit. They'll still be the same officers they were before they went in. Still have those characteristics and that horrible mentality. And by that time, though, they'll be good and bitter. They'll be angry, thinking that an injustice has been done to them. So they'll be worse off than when they went in because they'll be bitter by this point. Mad at the world like they didn't kill somebody that had killed somebody. Like, I think that's what it is. I think that they think that they are judge, jury, and prosecutor because I don't know. Because that guy killed somebody, so he's getting indicted on murder charges, and now you think you can just take the law into your own hands? And first of all, I just need to keep reiterating that this was a 22-year-old child. He was like 8 years off from his brain being fully developed. He ain't even reached the height that he's going to be 8 years from now. I mean, and clearly he was out here doing grown folk stuff because he shot some 36-year-old man in the head and then shot him again. So clearly he was a danger to society and needed to be behind bars. maybe even get the death penalty. But that's not the state's position. That's not the CO's position. They should never be behaving that way. Once again, their position is to protect these inmates. I know it sounds crazy, but that's their job. Their job is to protect the inmates. That's their whole job. Protect them, feed them, let them out for showers, let them out for visitation. That's literally their job, is to protect them so that they don't harm each other and they don't harm the staff. That's the whole point of a correctional officer, is to protect the inmates. Fun fact. And here we have them taking the law into their own hands and killing inmates all over this country. We've lost 3 in a matter of a month. So, I guess I called it last year. I'm kind of getting sick of kind of being right about these things, because it makes me feel even worse. I'm like, damn, am I speaking this shit into fruition? I don't think so. I think I'm ahead of the curve because I can see shit coming down the pipeline, because I've lived off I just know what's going on. I just know what's going on. I pay attention. It's not hard to see behavioral patterns coming to fruition, you know? It's just sad. And it doesn't look like he had any family, because when I looked him up, it said no surviving family. So it sounds like he was a street kid. Yeah, corrections officer faced murder charges, cover-up charges. So they tried to cover up the murder that they committed. And this is the mid-state inmate death. This was right across the street from where Mr. Brooks died. Prosecutors are saying that the 22-year-old inmate died March 1st after what prosecutors described as a violent beating inside of the prison. The beating happened less than 2 weeks after 6 officers were charged with the murder in connection of the December death of Robert Brooks. So it's been 4 months. At the Marcy Correctional Facility. The charges were unsealed Wednesday following a grand jury investigation. They've charged him with gang assault in the 1st degree and 2nd degree, manslaughter in the 1st degree, along with offering a false instrument for filing. Offering a false instrument for filing. Would that be like a fake shank? I don't know. What's a false instrument for filing? 3 additional officers are accused of evidence tampering, filing false reports and records in an alleged attempted cover-up of the incident. So I was right. So Messiah suffered fatal trauma among other blunt force trauma injuries to the body and head. They described this assault as a group assault that was followed with a effort to hide the incident. You know, also when I read these things, I don't feel so alone. You know, imagine knowing a secret, one of the biggest secrets about government and society, and the majority of the population doesn't know it, so they think you're crazy. And then this happens, and officers are being prosecuted for falsifying evidence and police reports, and they killed an inmate. It just makes me feel not so alone, if I'm being honest. I think brutality is a normal thing. It happens in prison. A lot of incarcerated people put complaints and they go unheard. So now they hear it in open court, and these officers do this repeatedly. Messiah's death happened in the midst of an ongoing staffing crisis, which escalated earlier this year when thousands of officers staged a wildcat strike protesting working conditions. So the inmates are unhappy, the officers are unhappy, the conditions are shit, everybody's violent. What could go wrong? So these 10 defendants that have killed Messiah are due back in court in May. just like Robert Brooks and just like Charles Fagart, we will definitely be looking back into these and keeping up with them. I understand that these men were inmates, but so am I. So was I. And look how far we've came. It's been since 2008 since I've seen a criminal charge, and it's been right at almost 5 years that I've been sober. People can change if society allows them to. Society's the problem. Well, the inmates too, but I see both sides. When these inmates come out and they try to reform or they try to reintegrate, society prevents that from happening. Society kicks them even more. So they turn back to a life of crime because society won't accept them. Ask me how I know. It's been 20 years almost that I got in a fist fight, and they still hold those felonies against me. I can't find a job because of it. And I'm a damn good worker. Reliable, no drug problem, no crappy boyfriend. Robert Brooks also died from multiple blunt force trauma injuries to the head and from a neck compression. He also had bleeding in the genitalias from where they had beat his gonads so much he was literally bleeding out of his genitals. It's horrific. I'm not seeing if they are... They did charge the officers. Yeah, all 10 of them were charged. But what'd they charge them with? 10 former prison guards were indicted for killing Robert Brooks, a prisoner incarcerated. A grand jury indicted 6 officers on felony second-degree murder and first-degree manslaughter. Good. Good, good, good. The 9 defendants charged in the indictment, they appeared in court on Thursday of last week, all pled not guilty. The body-worn camera footage from the 4 corrections officers was released December 27th by the New York Attorney General's office, showing that the in-custody beating of 43-year-old inmate, and that was Robert Brooks. They beat the hell out of him. He was choked, gagged, forcibly moved, and kicked. And that's putting it lightly. Brooks suffered injuries to his head, neck, hyroid bone, thyroid cartilage, torso, liver, spleen, testicles. His air passages were restricted, and he choked on his own blood. As 15 officers stood around, taking pleasure out of his death. Who's the inmates here? Who's the criminals here? I don't know. I guess because I've been in there, I see things differently. I realize that most of these inmates, half of the reason they're an inmate is not even their fucking fault. Only a simple-minded person would think that anyone wakes up to become a criminal one day. It's crazy. Sometimes the way you were raised, the people you were raised around, the people you were raised by, you pick up on those behaviors. And before you know it, you're a damn criminal at 16 years old running the streets. And it's a slow progression to prison. It's just crazy to me how people can be so heartless and think that somebody deserves that just because they committed a crime. Like, this is not the fucking Middle East, okay? We don't behead people here. We don't cut their hands off for stealing. Maybe we should. I'm joking. But, like, you know what I mean? This is the American justice system. We have rules. We have a law that protects inmates and COs. And it's just crazy to think that you could go to jail for something like a domestic. How many of us has argued with our girlfriends or boyfriends? Well, that's what Robert went to jail. I'm sorry, Charles here in Jacksonville, he went to jail for a disturbance with his wife. It was domestic dispute. It was a misdemeanor charge. And he never come home. He owned a catering business. He had children. This was not the type of man that had lived a hard life of crime in the streets, honey. This was a man that he got probably drunk. There was rumors, allegedly. And he had a disturbance with his wife. They argued. They took him to jail. So, you know, it could happen to anybody. It could happen to anybody. I just don't think that they should have died. Even the kid that shot and killed people, listen, for him to be acting like that at 22, it gives me a window into how he was raised, psychologically speaking. Children that come from loving homes are not out here shooting people in the face at 22. Just like Carmelo Anthony, everything I said about his parents ended up being true before I even saw him. Remember that? Sometimes you just know things. And once again, looking at the son's behavior told me who the parents were. Or the lack thereof the parents told me. You know what I mean? Like, show me your parents and I'll show you what kind of kid you have type of thing. You know, and vice versa. Your son's behavior shows me what type of parent you were. Or the lack thereof parenting. There you go. So, I'm just here to tell you that any 22-year-old kid that's facing 2 murder indictments has not had the best upbringing. It's sad. You know, most of our prison system is like that. It's a lot of black males that have never had love, guidance, any of that shit. And they simply don't know better. I'm not making excuses for inmates. I think a lot of inmates that are in prison should probably be in prison. I believe in our justice system. I want it to work properly. I hope that one day it'll get better, but I don't think it will, because we're living through revelations right now. So it's unfortunate, but I think that things will continue to get worse, and we're going to see more death of inmates across this country because there's no reform taking place. It's really sad. It makes me really sad, actually, because I was one of the innocent ones, and I put myself. What if they would have sent me to prison for something I didn't do and I would have died there? Those are the people I'm concerned about more than anything. The 8 to 10%, which is probably double of that by now, of innocent people in prison. 8 to 10% of the prison population is innocent. Did you know that? Fact check me. And it's probably much larger than that. We have hundreds of thousands of inmates. Hundreds. Yes, because we have millions in the prison system. So if 8 to 10% are innocent, that means we have hundreds of thousands of inmates out here that are innocent of not a crime. And they're sitting in prison. Now imagine one of them dies. And they never did anything to even be behind bars. We have a really fucked up system in this country. And I've lived it my entire life. It's just sad. Because I don't think it'll ever get better. And I think that we're going to continue to see inmates die. And I said this last year before Robert died. So it was really weird how in 2023 and 24 we saw this peak of inmates dying in their cells. They would just be found unresponsive. And it was an astronomical amount of inmates that were just being found dead in their cell. And so I started reporting on that. And then I started opening up about how the cops brutalized me, pulled me into a holding cell and beat the hell out of me. And I don't know, somehow, this is why I need an editor, so they can do this stuff for me. They can go back and stitch my videos. When these things happen and when I make these predictions, they can go back and be like, oh God, she said that in June of last year. And then here we are in April of this year and it's coming to fruition. I need a videographer to help me with these things. It's just sad because, like, I guess I don't think that the majority of the population realizes how the foster care system and the criminal justice system goes hand in hand. A lot of these black males that we see in the prison system were never given the opportunities that other people were. They grew up in foster care. They were juvenile part of the juvenile justice centers system early on. And it's from a lack of parental guidance. We see this. It also comes from poverty. I guess I feel for people because I know what it feels like to be a kid and not have anybody. And then you grow up and you still don't have nobody. In my opinion, inmates are some of the most damaged people on earth. And prison is absolute hell. It is absolute hell on earth when you are in that place. And those officers are supposed to be there to protect you. So when they're not, and they're beating the shit out of you and you think you're about to die, in that moment you know that nobody is coming for you. That's a really empty feeling. And nobody deserves to feel that way regardless. Unless they're a child molester. Nobody deserves to feel like that. And the saddest part is most of these men and women that are in these prison systems, that's all they've ever felt. And that's why they behave that way. A, ignorance, and B, hurt people hurt people. And when you are living out on these streets, you build this persona of being tough to protect yourself. And you wear that shit like a badge of honor. Because you have to protect yourself. I just see both sides, and I feel for people who become part of the criminal justice system because they were part of the child welfare system and part of the foster system. And statistically speaking, this is what we see. It just breaks my heart. I met a lot of really good inmates when I was in prison. People that absolutely deserve to be in prison. But still some of the people that had some of the biggest hearts. It just breaks my heart. It's not right. The criminal justice system is a really fucked up system. And I don't think that most people understand how it actually operates. The power of the government, the power of local government, police departments, cops, prosecutors, judges. I think that people just write it off as this system that's supposed to run coherently, and it doesn't. Is that the word I'm looking for? It's supposed to run cohesively? No. It's supposed to, most people think that it's like law and order and things are done properly, and it's not. It's not at all. And it's really sad. How many officers are killed by blacks? Great question. Let's see. Probably a lot. I think that probably black people kill more officers than probably anybody else. Listen, that would be my wildest guess. How many officers do we lose every year in killings to African Americans? Hold on one second. I literally just saw a number. U.S. data on police shootings and violence. Wow, listen to this. 15% of civilians who experience police threat of or use of force during legal interventions are injured. 250,000, an estimated 250,000 civilian injuries are caused by law enforcement officers annually. More than 600 people are killed by law enforcement in the U.S. each year. Sorry, I came for something else and I landed here. Report, black people are still killed by police at a high... Okay, listen. Google, bought and paid for. Here it is. People shot by police by race. Let's see. Okay. 2024. Well, unfortunately, who was that? I can't see. Alessandro? Unfortunately, the white people out... the blue is the white people. The gray is the black people. The green is unknown. Well, the black, and then there's gray. So the black is black, the white, the blue is white people. As you can see, the white people far outweigh the black people shooting at police. This is from Satashta. Listen, number of people shot to death by police. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. This is the police shooting people. So it looks like the police actually shoot more white people than anybody. There was 1,700 people shot last year. 1,100 people were shot last year. 250 were white. 1,000 was unknown. 500 were black, so it was more black people. But then why? Listen, first of all, this is not my fault. Why is that blue line much longer than the gray line if the blue line is only 250, but the black line is 500? That's not how a flowchart works. Sorry. So it looks like last year, 250 white people were shot by cops. 500 black people were shot by cops. 750 Hispanics. Why is that so high? Sorry, I'm laughing because that's high. Like, what are y'all doing? Unknown or other race makes up for about 1,000. I don't know about this, y'all. I'm trying to find officers, but it don't tell me. And I thought, who do the police shoot more, whites or blacks? Oh, it gave me that same damn flow chart. Why is Google trying to put that shit down my throat? That's an NBC. We don't listen to NBC. They lie. John Hopkins. A new study, when was this? So this was last year. A new study from researchers at John Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions and Vanderbilt University found that an average of 1,700 people were injured annually in police shootings from 2015 to 2020. 55% of them, or around 979 people, were killed fatally. The study covered a total of 10,000 incidents involving shootings by police. The majority of the victims' shootings by police, 84% overall, were reported as armed with firearm or other weapons such as a knife, a vehicle. An analyst found that overall, when injuries occurred, police responses initiated by a call to emergency dispatchers were 46% more likely to end with a fatal... Yep. Makes sense. It's all in the way that they're handling it and dispatching the cases. Makes sense. So, 46% more likely to end with a fatal shooting injury than incidents where an officer was already on the scene. So, this is how it works. I call 911. You're in the parking lot threatening to shoot somebody. I call 911. If you're already on scene and you witness this, there's a 46% less chance that I'm going to shoot you, or that the cop's going to shoot me or that person. But if you get it, you're in your patrol car and you're across town and dispatch calls you and says, hey, we got an incident over at the gym. There's a man with a knife. That cop on that drive is going to be getting amped up. His adrenaline is going to start to flow. He's going to be starting to get antsy. And when he gets there, sorry, I thought that was the police. I was like, speaking of the devil, let's go ask him if I'm right. When he gets there, his adrenaline is flowing, and there's a 46% chance that he's going to fire his service weapon. And this is, in my opinion, this is why. Because if he's already on scene, he's going to be cool, calm, and collected. If he's getting a dispatch call and has to drive, he's getting a tidbit of information from dispatch over what the call is over. So if it's a weapon that's been on dispatch, she says, yeah, we think he has a weapon. You know, somebody saw him with a gun. That officer is going to be stewing on that the whole time he's driving, which is going to lead to his adrenaline going up, his emotions going up. And in my opinion, this is probably why there's a 46% more likely chance to end with a fatal shooting injury. And these cops are not trained like they should be anyways. Calls to police check on the well-being of individuals were 74% more likely to be associated with a fatal injury than police responses to an incident where shots had already been fired. This includes wellness checks that did not explicitly involve threats or harm before encounter with the police. This is another thing that has come to light in recent years. Somebody will call the cops to go check on their loved one. The cops will get there and shoot them. What? I know it sounds crazy. It's been happening all over this country. Why did you shoot my family member I was trying to check on? Yes, yeah, but still and yet, blacks are disproportionately shot by the police. Well, it's in the culture. They don't want to follow commands. Listen, people be out here acting like George Floyd high, trying to pass off counterfeit money, and then when the cops show up asking questions, they want to say, oh, well, why are the cops here? Okay, George Jr., why are the cops here? Listen, I see both sides. Just because I defend inmates doesn't mean that I agree with the laws that they break, okay? Half of them, more than half, ought to be right where they're at. They're a danger to society. That does not mean that they should die in police custody. That's my problem. That's my problem. I think that it's the culture. I think it's the lack of parental guidance. I think it has a lot to do with poverty. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. I think people need to do better raising their kids, but we all know that's not going to happen. Hello? Hello, Jim and Eric. New findings also suggest that injury disparities among racial groups are underestimated when only looking at fatal shootings. Among people non-fatally injured in police shootings, victims identified as non-Hispanic black comprised of 29%. Non-Hispanic black. Okay. 29% of race identified. Injured people in this study. In comparison, a 2015 study examining fatal shootings by police in a single year found that 26% of victims were non-Hispanic black people. Will y'all stop with the non-Hispanic? Just say black people. God, why do y'all gotta be so damn dumb, politically correct? Y'all confusing me. Lord, non-Hispanic black people. Like, I know that people are biracial, but that's why they have Mexican black or black Mexican. Like, non-Hispanic black. They don't want to offend nobody. Like, why don't you just say black? God, they don't care. Just say it. The study found that relative to white victims, non-Hispanic, it's going to piss me off if I'm not already. The study found relative to white people, black people were disproportionately injured in non-fatal shootings by police and had a 35% lower odd of fatal injury when shot. You sure about that? That's what it says. So firearm research often focuses on fatalities. That's a problem. Oh God, this study. Incidents in which mental or behavioral health conditions were named in association with the shooting comprised 23% of all shootings by police. So at what point do we plan to bring the mental hospitals back? Are we planning to do that, or are we just going to let all these people suffer with their mental health problems? Is anybody working on that? Anybody? Like in the whole world? Seriously, 23% of these people had mental health or behavioral conditions. We got disabled people out here getting shot at an alarming rate. 23% of the total shootings by police were towards mentally handicapped, mental health conditioned people. How sad. Injuries associated with behavioral health needs were more likely to be fatal. "67% of all shootings by police involving someone suffering from a mental or mental health behavioral episode were fatal." 67%. That was over 16,011 people last year. Make mental hospitals great again. Like, this is crazy. You know, and when these officers are showing up, just like they showed up to the little autistic boy's house that was welding the knife, they don't know that these people have mental health conditions. So they're amped up on their adrenaline going. They're ready to get in there and solve a problem. And these people are suffering with mental health issues, mental issues, and they die. 67% of them end in a fatal shooting, it said. What did it say? Let me just make sure. 67% of all shootings by police involving someone suffering from a mental health or behavioral health episode were fatal. God, the reform that needs to take place in this country, I couldn't even scratch the surface. Non-Hispanic white. Here we go with this shit again. White. It's just white. Cracker. Whatever you want to call me. It's just white. I'd rather them call me a cracker than a non-Hispanic white. Like, you know why it's political correctness. That's why they're putting it in there. Like, call me a cracker. I don't give a shit. Like, stop calling me. Why do I need 3 names behind white? Just call me white. It's not going to offend me. Alright. Of all shootings by police involving no weapon from victims or others, 40% of the victims were described as white, 35 were black, and 21 were Hispanic. So those were people that were shot by police, and they didn't even have a weapon, homie. They didn't even have a weapon, and they was still shot. 40% were white, 35% were black, and 21% were Hispanic. We still missing, oh, it must be an other category that they didn't add. The analysts found that the odds of fatal shooting by police were significantly higher if the victim was armed. Gee, do you think? Oh, God. In more than half of these fatal shootings, 53%, over 3,300, someone other than the police officer was also armed with a firearm. Overall, 3% of injured people possessed a replica or BB gun. 14% were armed with a knife. In contrast, 9% of the shootings, the injured person was not armed. Oh, and then it goes on to the other ones that were not armed percentages. You know, listen, there's a lot of officers that die from violence, and I've noticed that those numbers have started skyrocketing too. We've lost a lot of officers in North Carolina. They were killed in shootings. You know, thugs out here running the streets, 22-year-olds with no parental guidance and a gun. I see both sides. Just because I take up for inmates a lot does not mean that I don't care about our first responders, because I absolutely do. But I also have an inside view into the disconnect and why these things are happening, because I lived it for so long. I just think that no inmate deserves to die in the Department of Corrections, and no officer deserves to die on the job or at all. you know, by a criminal or anyone, you know, nobody deserves to die. Plain and simple. The cops, the inmates, this should not be happening, but I saw it coming down the pipeline last year when all of these inmates were found dead, unresponsive in their cells. People just don't, 22-year-old kids just don't go to sleep and never wake up again. It doesn't make sense why all of these inmates across the country have been found dead, unresponsive in their cells. That's always when you see that, just know, remember I said that when you see that, something went on in that jail. Something went on in that jail, and they covered it up, and they're good at that. We just read an article where they were planning to do the same thing after they killed Messiah in New York. And Messiah was a street kid. Clearly his criminal record shows that he needed to be behind bars. But that street kid has probably never had anybody. And that's what bothers me. It's almost not his fault that he was acting so ignorant. What did you expect him to do? He's being raised by rap music, his friends, and the culture. It's just sad. I see both sides. I feel for the inmates that have lost their lives. I know what it feels like to have so many officers on you that you don't know if you're going to make it out. And in that moment, you know that nobody's coming to help you. And that is the scariest fucking feeling. One of the scariest feelings I've ever felt in my life. Knowing if they killed me, they were just going to leave me somewhere and say that I did it to myself. It's crazy. And if you think for a moment that there's a way to take up these grievances within the prison system, you're funny. You're so cute. You're so cute. Write a grievance. Oh, God. Who am I supposed to complain to? There ain't nobody to complain to. You can ask for a grievance, and then you can ball it up and shove it up your ass. Seriously. I don't think people understand. There's no protection for these inmates if something is happening to them. So, it's just crazy. I feel bad for... Where are my wipes? I feel bad for anybody that's had their life destroyed by the criminal justice system. It definitely destroys more lives than it helps. That's for sure. They don't even care if you're innocent or not nowadays. They'll lock you up and damn plant the evidence and send you off to prison, turn you into a felon, and you'll never be able to work again. I need wipes. Oh, no, that's trash. That's not it. Oh, my head hurts so bad. I cannot believe I got that sick at the vape shop. That was crazy. Oh, yeah. You get into like... you get into them damn countries that ain't got regular laws. They got them weird laws where you can just pay off people like Mexico, South America, Colombia, Cuba, Brazil, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, India... Italy. These are all scary places to go. Don't F around and find out in any of the places that I just listed. You might end up dead. You might end up dead. Because it's a whole different ballgame in those countries. The police corruption is unbelievable. I mean, why do you think El Salvador looked like it did? You think that happens overnight? No. It happens from years and years and years of corruption. And I think they're turning it around now, clearly. But, like, a lot of those countries are dangerous. Especially you get down into, like, South America and stuff. Scary. I mean, look at what happened to Amanda Knox. She went to Italy. They tried to frame her for murder. How many years did it take her to free herself? I think about a decade. How long did it take Amanda Knox to fight the charges in Italy? So if you don't know who Amanda Knox was, she sat in prison for 4 years on charges she didn't do. She was a college student who moved to Italy. She had a roommate, Meredith. Was her? No, that's a different Meredith. The other Meredith Brooks, the blonde girl that was murdered here. Her name was Meredith. I can't remember her last name, but Amanda Knox, the Italian court system, tried to frame her and her boyfriend for a murder. They wasn't even home at the time of the murder. They never committed this murder. It was actually a guy named Ruby. And here's the thing about this. The Italian police got hyper-focused on Amanda and her boyfriend, and they let this killer walk free for like 6 years before they finally captured him through DNA. So the girl that was found murdered, Meredith, there was DNA, I do believe, on her bra clasp, like this metal clasp. A guy named, was it Rudy or Ruby? Rudy? This guy named Ruby, he had murdered this girl. He brutally murdered her. And his DNA was on her bra clasp. Well, do you know that the police, it took them days to even find that bra clasp? They found that bra clasp on like their 5th or 7th search of the property. So that right there tells me that they had shitty police work. They didn't know what they were doing. Because it took them a week to find that bra clasp, which would have solved the entire case if they weren't idiots and incompetent. But this guy's walking around free while Amanda and her boyfriend, they're trying to say that this was some crazy, that they were essentially trying to sacrifice Meredith. It was some crazy sex scenario that went wrong. That Amanda Knox and her boyfriend wanted to kill Meredith to get off. This is how dumb the cops are. Listen to what I'm telling you. 2 freaking college age kids. And I think they were like 20, 21. I don't even think they were old enough to drink. The Italian police are trying to say that these children murdered their flatmate in a sex scheme, orgy, fun-filled night. Be careful traveling to other countries. You shouldn't be flying anyways. Planes aren't safe anymore. But it took her almost a decade to free her name, to free herself. Her parents had to like mortgage their freaking home just to be able to fight for her defense. Let me tell you something. This is the Amanda Knox story. Would not be me or you unless we had parents that are going to come mortgage their home to fight for, pay for our defense. If this was you or I, we would still be in jail for something we did not do. It was only because she was a pretty girl with parents who cared and a little bit of money that they found out she was innocent. If this was you or I, we would still be in prison for the murder of Meredith. 100%. So it looks like this started in when? 2007. And it went on until 2015. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's almost 10 years. Yeah, be careful in a foreign country. First of all, the crime scene of Meredith's body screamed sexual pervert. It screamed sexual sadist. The cops should have been able to identify what happened to Meredith by the crime scene. The fact is they got tunnel vision on Amanda because she was pretty. I'm going to call it like I see it. Yeah, she was from the West, and that made them not like her. They thought she was a whore, and they didn't agree with that, even though, hello, Italy. Yeah, they tried to paint her as this, I don't know, this whore. They called her Foxy Knoxy. And so the media, it just amplified. And, with her getting so much attention from the press and around the world, I can assure you that while she was in jail, those CEOs treated her like shit. Jealousy. Imagine being jealous of an inmate. I've had it happen. Listen, I was just in jail not too long ago. Crazy story. I was innocent. I had to fight those charges. I was in jail not too long ago, and I had CEOs treating me funny. Those female officers that are in there that weigh 300 fucking pounds, they are so jealous of female inmates, it drives them insane. It's pathetic. It's like a high school. It's like going back to high school, and your bully is the correctional officer. Yeah, and they take it out on you every single day. And I can only imagine what Amanda had to go through in an Italian prison facing crimes that she did not commit. I can only imagine. And then that, you know, she was a very beautiful girl, clearly intellectual, because she's made a wonderful career for herself now, and wrote books. I mean, she's done it all. Just had kids, I do believe, got married. She was the epitome of like the girl next door from the West. And so in my opinion, the Italian court went after her because of that. They wanted to destroy her. They wanted to destroy her because they were too stupid and incompetent to do their job. So instead of looking for the criminal, they were just ready to pin this shit on anybody that was in the vicinity of Meredith. And it's pathetic. And this is what they do. This is exactly what they do. And, you know, it does not help that Amanda made some very inconsistent statements. Once again, this was a child. So, you know, she made some inconsistent statements. Does that mean that she should go to jail for a murder that she did not commit? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's crazy how dumb those cops were. So you have to be careful, and you have to be careful. What is going on? Show. See, Alessandro, it won't let me show that. I don't know why. You said it's not the Italian police, it's Italian justice system that is shit. Yeah, but they can be paid off. Some people have never been here before. I'll go ahead and show you the door. Louisville. Yeah, it's crazy to think that she could have spent the rest of her life in jail for something she didn't do, but that's a prime example of going to another country thinking that they have the same justice system as America, you know? All them women getting locked up in Dubai and stuff. I don't feel bad for them. They knew what they was getting into, and if they didn't, then good. They need to be in jail. That makes you stupid for not looking into a person's customs and culture before you visit there. You deserve to go to jail. I hope they cut your hand off. It's like that dumb bitch that was on a camel in the middle of the Taliban. She was in the Middle East, and the Taliban rolled up on her. If you anywhere near them fuckers, you deserve to be beheaded. You put yourself in that situation by being stupid. And then the dumb bitch went back a month later. She sure did. Oh, God. On a camel in the middle of the desert. And the Taliban comes rolling up on horses. Can you imagine the Taliban? Some of y'all know. Some of y'all know how severe that is. Other people, if you're under the age of 25, you probably don't get it. They come riding up on a horse. And they're like, hey, girl, are you married? How scary. That's probably on my top 10 list of worst fears. The Taliban asking me if I'm married. She lied. She said, yeah. And they said, where are you from? The West? And she said, no, Canada. All of this is on camera. If I can find it. I've got shorts of it. There's shorts. I did shorts on it like last year. But she was literally she was one wrong word away from being beheaded, raped, and murdered on the spot. And she's so stupid she don't even know it. And that dumb bitch has done been back there 5 or 6 times since then. You know, when she goes missing and they kill her, you won't hear no time. You ain't gonna hear. I'm gonna report on it. I'm gonna be like, see, here's little Miss Dumbass. Well, what's left of her? She thought it was cute to go ride camels in the Middle East and fuck around with the Taliban. Look at her dumbass now. I think that you are ignorant as fuck to be playing with fire that you know nothing about. No Western woman should be anywhere near the Middle fucking East. You are ignorant. Beyond ignorant. And when you die, I'm gonna make some content off of it, but I'm gonna be sitting here like, see, I told you so. Poor little tink. Stupid. Who would want to go to fucking Iran? I mean, are we even allowed to go there? These hoes are stupid. Can I go to Iran? I don't think we can. Hello, Joshua. Do not travel. Level 4. And this dumb bitch is on Camelback. I'm going to see a pyramid. No, I think she was in Afghanistan. But what is the travel level for Afghanistan? 4. You ain't supposed to be there, you dumb whore. 4. Well, at this point, I mean, like I said, when she goes missing, we'll circle back to this. The U.S. State Department recommends level 4. Do not travel to Afghanistan due to its high risk of terrorism, armed conflict, and instability. And this dumb bitch is in the middle of the desert on a camel with no protection and no one around her but the Taliban. What could go wrong? And listen, this is why we be seeing them dumbasses crying from other countries. You know, we got a lot of them in jail right now in other countries crying for the President Trump to get them out. This is why, because they're too stupid to look up a travel ban. So they fly to fucking Afghanistan, and they don't realize that in Afghanistan, you can't have your titties out walking down the street. And then they end up in jail. That's why all them hoes in Dubai right now in jail. Because they don't understand the customs and the culture, and nor do they respect it. They don't even respect Western culture. And they fly to a foreign country, disrespecting that culture too. What could go wrong? Y'all deserve to go to jail. If not, listen, if some of y'all get beheaded, you did it to yourself. You did it. You put yourself in a bad situation that led to your death. Terrorism. Multiple terrorist groups are active in Afghanistan. And U.S. citizens are at high risk for being targeted. But let's go jump on a camel and ride through fucking Afghanistan. What part of the Middle East can I go to? What part of the Middle East can I visit? Dubai? Fuck no. Do not. What? So I can go get pissed on by a bunch of businessmen? Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Dubai. So I can go to a damn porta potty party? Oman? Cyprus. These countries are a mix of modern and historical. Listen. Stay the fuck out the Middle East, okay? Alright, so more specific destinations to consider. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Cyprus, Jordan, Egypt. I think Egypt's safe, right? I have to look at that. Turkey, Lebanon. Let me tell you something. I got a whole group of friends that are from Lebanon. If they are fleeing Lebanon, then it can't be that safe. Just like my people that come here from Ukraine. If they're fleeing, it can't be that safe. Like when Fidel Castro, and back when all the shit at the fall of that communist situation in Cuba, we saw mass Cuban immigrants flee here. Okay, I know half of what I'm talking about. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. So just go off of the part that I do know, and you know the rest. Hold on, what was that one? Egypt. What's the travel level for Egypt? Level 3. Reconsider travel. Listen, like I said, it is too dangerous to be traveling in the Middle East right now. It's just not the time. We can go in 5 to 10 years. We'll see how it is then. It's just not smart. It's not. And it says level 3. Reconsider travel. There is a significant advisory indicating terrorism poses a serious threat. This dumb bitch is on Camelback. I don't feel sorry for them when they go missing. They deserve it. If you don't check this shit, I ain't even planning to travel. And I'm looking at it right now just so I have the knowledge. If you don't have the thought to look into these things before you travel abroad, you deserve to die. It's your fault when you do. You know what I mean? So it looks like even Egypt has a huge problem with terrorism. Which one? ISIS? Which one? The Taliban? Which one? Oh God, how many terrorist organizations are there in the Middle East? Probably dozens. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Taliban, those are the three main ones. And that's 3 too many for me. Oh God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Y'all, there's like list after list. There's like 20, 30 different terrorist organizations just in the Middle East alone. So what have we learned today? In conclusion, no inmate deserves to die from police brutality. No cop deserves to die from inmate or civilian brutality. Don't be flying on no damn airplanes. They're not safe anymore. Stay out of the Middle East. Don't start no shit. There won't be no shit. And I love you. Crazy. I do have a passport. I know. And that's what sucks is I do have a passport. And I even got the fancy card too. I even got the fancy passport card. That's when I was fat. I was like 200 pounds right there. I think I was like 160 to 180 in that picture. I got the United States passport card. I got it expedited so that I got that, you know, and then, I don't know, man. I got the passport and everything, and I've only used it once, and I've been wanting to travel, but I'm by myself, honey, and I ain't traveling abroad by myself. I'm not doing it. I don't feel comfortable doing it. It would be extremely dangerous and stupid for me to do that. So I think my passport's good until 2030 something, 2030, 30, 32. Damn. I got like, what, 7 years? That's plenty of time. That's plenty of time. Before that 7-year mark, I'm going to use that passport again. Mark my words. That's plenty of time. Yeah, I thought about driving into Mexico. Could you imagine? I wonder how long it would take me to go missing with these blue eyes. How long you think? Did you see the 2 gay guys that rolled up in Mexico? Oh, honey. They on a back dirt road. They was out bird watching. I said, them my kind of men. Invite me next time. I'll be there. I got a passport. At least y'all protect me in Mexico. It's 2 guys, 2 boyfriends. They driving down the road. They bird watching. And all of a sudden, a truck comes out of nowhere with men hanging off the back with damn AR-15s. Big old guns. They veer in front of the car with the 2 men. And there's actually, there's dash cam footage that you can find on YouTube. Just look up 2 men tourists in Mexico and you'll find it. They had their dash cams rolling on the inside of the car and the outside. So you can see this truck veer towards them, cut them off in the middle of this dirt road while they were out bird watching. These guys start pulling. I mean, y'all, it was like 10 people that come out that little damn, it's like a Tundra. And they popped out that son of a bitch like a clown car at the circus. All these men pull out guns. They roll out the car. And they walk up to the driver's side, and these 2 guys at this point, they are going into a panic attack. They're trying to keep each other calm. There's nowhere to go. There's approximately 10 Hispanics with AR-15 standing around their car. If they even try to leave, they could start shooting. It's horrible. It's literally terrifying. And they roll the window down. And the guys are asking them who they are, and they keep saying, "We're here to watch the birds. We're here to watch." That's what they're doing with their hands, because these guys speak Spanish and they speak English, and that's another thing. I think it's kind of stupid to travel to a country where you don't speak none of the language. Poquito español. So he says we were bird watching. And they're literally like in hysterics at this point. They're trying to hold it together. And these guys are standing out there with guns. And they're like, what do you want? Please don't kill. They're begging for their life. They're begging for their life. They're like, please don't kill us. Please don't shoot us. We have too much to live for. It's horrendous. I mean, they got lucky. They got lucky. I'm here to tell you, if that was a car full of bitches, they would have all been dead. Raped and murdered, left in the damn 100%. Y'all don't get it. Well, some of y'all probably do. Some of y'all probably do. But this was the cartel more than likely. And if it was me by myself, there's no telling what would have happened to me. And that's why I don't feel comfortable driving out there, because I'm aware. I'm grateful for that too, because I might already be dead like 20 years ago. So eventually the guys tell the Hispanic guys, they say, oh, it's fine. Turn around. Don't go no further on this road. So I don't know what the end was at the end of that road, but probably their grow operation. So they turn around and the guys let them go. And there's footage of this. I think there's even Inside Edition if you look in, like I said, if you look up 2 American tourists in Mexico, armed men stops them in the road, you'll be able to find it. I mean, it's one of the most, I don't know. It's a big relief when they drive off. It's a big relief. It kind of puts into perspective how quickly things can go south in another country, and how the lack of communication and the language barrier could lead to your death. Them boys were going, birds! Trying to tell the Hispanics that they were bird watching, you know? They were like, we were out here with the birds, and please don't kill us. And I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. And they're lucky that they lived. I mean, the cartel down there, how can I put it in words? The cartel down there, you go missing down there on cartel land, they'll never find you. Your family won't be even allowed to look for you. Listen to what I'm telling you. They will not even be allowed to come and look for your body you go missing in certain parts of the world. How scary. So, yeah, don't F around and find out in a foreign country, and make sure you do your research before you're traveling anywhere, because people go missing every day and they don't really care if you're not on American soil. It's going to be a lot harder to get you back. And it's going to be a lot harder for you to get back alive. Really scary stuff. That's a crazy video. I forgot about that. I had to grab some clothes real quick for the gym. I completely forgot about that. Oh, God. Do I not have any shorts? Oh, God. I don't. I don't. Damn, I forgot my damn... Y'all, I'm gonna be all matching here. Wrinkled ass shirt. I mean, I guess I don't care as long as they don't care. They do care though, that's the problem. Damn it. Where is sports bra? Towel. I hung it up last night to dry because I took a body shower yesterday, and today I'm gonna wash my hair. No, I washed my hair yesterday. So I'm not gonna wash my hair today. I forget. I just washed it last night. That's why it's hanging up. I can fit everything in here. Hey, peanut butter. I do have a passport. Oh, Lord. Y'all, I don't want to go in here, but I need to. Damn it. I forgot. Everything's dead. Fuck. I don't want to do this today. I don't want to do this today. Headphones. Oh no. Where's my headphones? Where did my headphones go? Oh no. Not the headphones. Oh. Damn. You know, you'd be good and ready to go in there and work out, and then all of a sudden, nothing's charged. I need some water. I don't drink much anymore. Kind of gave it up with fitness, you know. I think that the older you get, the more alcohol will hold you back from your fitness goals. And so I'm not much of a drinker like I used to be. And also, I don't, you know, have the career that I used to have, and it kind of came with the culture of dancing, and I don't miss that at all. At all. Oh God. RFK Jr. unveils new food dye bans. Good. That's what we wanted them to do. You know, it's kind of sad that we've gotten to a place of accepting crappy products for top pay. I'm sick of it. I done bought how many camera stands? 4 or 5, and they're all broke. And I bought them like not even 6 months ago. Like I've bought 5, 6, or 7 in the past 3 months, and they've all broken. It's crappy products. Everything's crappy. The food's even worse. We just accept this crappy food as food. RFK throws out food dyes. So what does that mean? Does that mean that your Skittles are going to be clear? What does that mean? RFK to ban food dyes. They're going to be phased out. Good. Why would anybody want that shit in their food anyways? Do you not realize that it's like, it affects your brain? Ain't that like, we read about this. We did a talk at 2 on these dyes. It was it causes neurological problems. Why would anybody want that in their food? Why would anybody want that in their food? You know what I mean? Crazy. So it looks like 8 artificial dyes will be phased out of the U.S. food supply. 8 artificial dyes will be eliminated from medications. Why are they in medications anyways? Why do I need my pill that's going to help my yeast infection? Why do I need dyes in my pill? How did we get here is what I'm wondering. You know what I mean? So it looks like by the end of 2026, these dyes, 8 artificial dyes, will be eliminated from medications and the nation's food supply by the end of 2026, including those found in candy, ice cream, soft drinks, jams. These artificial dyes, detailed during the April 22nd news conference in Washington, are used to offset color loss due to exposure to light, temperature extremes, as well to provide colors to colorless and fun foods. So there's no purpose. There's no medical, logical purpose why these dyes are in our foods other for the appeal, the look. That's it. So they're purposeless. And they were probably put there in an attempt to make money. For years, Kennedy has railed against the big food and big farm industry and blamed the nation's chronic disease epidemic on additives in junk food. Absolutely, 100%. There's no debating it. It also causes mental health problems, neurological problems, anxiety, ADHD. I can go on. This has been proven. I don't even know why we're having this discussion. Just because you can't accept reality does not make reality not solid. It makes you stupid for not accepting it and getting on board. My children, my great-grandchildren, my grandchildren one day, they don't deserve to have neurological issues and have autism because of the damn dyes in our food that are unnecessary. So it looks like they're going to phase them out by 2026. The dyes that will be phased out in less than 2 years. Oh my God. This is like literally, I'm going to cry. Red dye 40. My mama, let me tell you something about mama. She hated red dye 40. She swore that it was the reason that I had ADHD. And like, that's all. We would go through the grocery store and she'd be checking packages. Okay, no red 40, you can have it. And then she'd be like, I'd be like, Mama, can I have these Oreos? And she'd be like, oh, it's got red 40. No, you can't have that. Like my mother, I don't know who told her or what she read a newspaper on in the 90s about red dye 40. But my mama hated red dye 40 and she swore that it causes behavioral problems. Listen, I think clearly my mama was on to something. Even though she didn't even graduate high school, she knew shit before, 30 years before we knew shit. So it looks like the dyes are going to be blue number 1 and 2, green number 3, red 40, and yellow number 5 and 6. Yellow number 5 and that red number 1 and 2 are some of the most dangerous ones, including red 40. Horrible. Let's see. Have food dyes been linked back to neurological issues? I feel like we learned something about this and I forget shit. Yes, I knew it. Yes, it causes neurological problems in children. And there's no scientific evidence to back up what I'm about to say. But I really do think that high quantities of these dyes in a children's diet can kind of aid in behavioral problems, ADHD, reactive disorder, BPD in teenagers. These dyes can make those symptoms worse. Now, they've linked this back to processed food. That was through RFK as well. Children that have highly processed diets that are full of dyes are more likely to exhibit behavioral problems and have mental health conditions that are diagnosed. Yes, research suggests a link between synthetic food dyes and neurological issues, particularly in children. So if we know this, why would half of the United States be mad that we're getting rid of these dyes unless they're simply ignorant and don't realize this information? This is why I'm talking about it. Studies indicate that synthetic food dyes can affect activity, memory, learning, and can even lead to hyperactivity and other neurobehavioral problems. Neurobehavioral problems. That's what it is. Neurobehavioral problems. Some studies have linked them to changes in the brain structure and the neurotransmitters. And these people out here just shove their children full of it for breakfast and send them off to school and wonder why they have behavioral problems, while smoking in the house, causing them to go through nicotine withdrawals at school. Studies have shown that synthetic food dyes can contribute to hyperactivity and other behavioral issues in children. According to the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, brain changes, individual sensitivity, dose response data Studies have shown that the effective dose of synthetic food dyes that cause behavioral or brain effects in children may not be adequately. They can't figure it out through the Food and Drug Administration. They can't figure out how much of the dyes it takes to make your children mildly retarded. They can't figure it out. So it sounds like we just need to take them out. The sweets and the sodas and all that crap that we don't really need anyways. It's good to just take them out. We shouldn't even be going through this right now. Take the fluoride out of the drinking water. Take the dyes out of the candy. Take the processed sugar out of everything. I'm sick of it. We identified 27 clinical trials of children exposed to synthetic food dyes. Blah, 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 blah. 1664. Hold on. Oh, who is this through? Oh, you know, it's crazy because somebody told me the other day not to trust the National Institute for Medicine anymore. And now I'm reading this and they're giving a false statistic. If they're saying that there's no, that children who are identified with these, children who took the synthetic dyes, that they had a positive association with the dyes. Yeah, I think we're gonna not trust them anymore. I'm about to go in here and work out, I promise. No, my vape's dead. I cannot today. I'm about to put on a nicotine patch so I can work out, but what the hell, Bobby? There it goes. I need to stop biting my lip. Ooh, the percentage of American children or adolescents diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity has increased 10% during the past 20 years. Concerns about increasing rates of ADHD and other behavioral disorders prompted this food dye assessment. Evidence shows that synthetic food dyes are associated with adverse neurobehavioral outcomes in children. With increasing numbers of the U.S. children diagnosed with behavioral disorders, this assessment can inform to protect children. So essentially, as I was saying, they're linking back ADHD and other neurological issues to children from the food dyes and processed food. And they have been, get this, they have been for about 5 years. Well, the Biden administration don't want that information coming out. They need to focus on illegal immigration and the LGBTQ+. So this is one of those things that I said, don't be surprised when Trump gets into office if we see things changing. Like, we see statistical studies that we should have saw 5 years ago finally coming out because people prevented those statistical studies from coming out because they did not align with leftist propaganda. And so now the tides are turning and we're starting to see all of these reports, all of these statistics, all of the actual news that we should have been getting. We're starting to see that seep out now. It's kind of crazy that one branch of a political branch can prevent medical information from coming out to help the public, but I can assure you that that's exactly what happened. I mean, look at the medical malpractice that took place in this country with our youth. They mutilated children, for God's sakes, in an attempt to make money. So don't be surprised when you see dyes getting banned, because we've knew this information for approximately 5 years, but the left did not want us to talk about this information. And this is why I'm so grateful that RFK is in there, because he's going to get it done and he's going to make change in this country. And that's exactly what we need. If you want your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, if you want to see them thrive, we have got to change the way that we eat and the food available out here. We've got to change it, because the route that we're headed now, we're all going to be obese with health problems, laying like Shamu on a beach, not even able to tie our shoes by 2050. Over half of this country is obese right now. We have over half of children fat, And it's unacceptable. It sets them up for a road of disaster and self-hatred. This body positivity movement was bullshit. Nobody that weighs 300 pounds is happy. It's a lie. They were fed a lie. Lizzo lied to everybody, making people try to feel comfortable when they don't need to feel comfortable. You don't need to feel comfortable when your life is in danger. That makes you stupid. To be sitting there weighing that much, not realizing just in a few years, you're going to have to be taking insulin and a high blood pressure pill and something for hypertension and something for the blood clots and something for the bed sores. I come from a place of love. I really do. I just think that it's absolutely sickening that these people have been fed a lie from the tablecloth that they should be happy in a body that is not even functional. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. And I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill. I will. I will die on this hill. Because it's not even logical to get that big and think that you are going to have a productive life. You are hindering yourself. And if you as a parent are feeding your child to get that big, you are hindering them. That is child abuse. It's child abuse. As a parent, you are supposed to gear your children in the direction to be able to take care of themselves one day. Teaching them unhealthy eating habits is abuse, because you are allowing them to harm themselves. And not only that, you're actually facilitating it. You're giving them the tools. You're feeding them the McDonald's. You're feeding them the Wendy's 2-3 times a day. You are facilitating it, and you are enabling it, and you are teaching that horrible behavior. And you know, y'all, it's gotten so bad in the past 2 years. I don't know if maybe it's just because I'm out here in the streets and I see it more. Did I tell y'all about the little boy at the beach that looked 9 months pregnant or bigger? It's hard. It's hard to keep my mouth shut. That's all I'm going to say. He wasn't even middle school age. He was elementary school age. He was probably about 1.5 feet shorter than me. He probably would have come up to here on me. He's probably 5th grade. And he had a belly. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. His belly was as big as my bag. And it was on the front of this little boy. His belly alone was probably 60 pounds on the front of him. You know what? You know what he was doing on the beach? He was getting yelled at by his mama. His mama was telling him to hurry up and come on. As if her big ass Shamu ass was moving any faster than him. She had the audacity to look back and tell her son to hurry up. Bitch, he's slow because you done damn fed him until he turned into a literal basketball. Oh, I was so mad. To do that to your kid and to leave him in that debilitative state where a child can't even properly walk or see his feet. He looked like an old man that had been drinking beer for 60 years. And he wasn't even 12 years old. Couldn't have been. He was elementary school age. It was one of the saddest things I've ever had to see. And I don't know how society can see children in that state and not view that as child abuse. Because that's what it is. But because you're so big like that, you need to make your kid big like that so you feel better? What? You know how hard your life has been being that big, and you gonna do that to your child? Yo, not every parent deserves a child, right? Right? It makes me so mad. Because that little boy, he's not going to have a normal life. He already ain't got a normal life. He hears it from sun up to sundown. He gets bullied at school. He gets treated like shit by everybody he comes in contact with. That's what happens when you're obese. People treat you funny. I'm not saying it's right. But when you're a parent and you've been treated funny your whole life for being morbidly obese, why would you put your child into that situation knowing how people react to a person that's morbidly obese? You're setting your child up for failure, and you don't deserve children. And you ought to be in jail for allowing him to get to that state. He'll never have a normal life. He'll die probably before 40. He's already halfway there. It was a dead man walking, and he wasn't even a middle schooler. Yeah, Shamu need to be damn in jail. What percentage of American children are overweight? 34%, 16%, and then 19%. So let's add those up. 34% of American children, teens aged 10 to 17 are overweight or obese. 34%. Specifically, 16.1% of children and adolescents aged 2 to 19 are overweight, and 19.3% are obese. Severe obesity accounts for 6.1% of the U.S. population. 6.1% of children are severely obese in the United States. And this is much higher than these numbers. These numbers are from like 2022 and 21 when the Biden administration was in there and they lied about everything. Yeah, fucked up. How many adults are obese in the United States? We've looked into this before, but I forget. I think it was like 67%. Old numbers, old numbers. More than 100 million adults. Nearly 75% of U.S. adults are overweight and or obese. 70% of the adults in the United States are now considered overweight and or obese. That means that they have a defined by a body mass index, a BMI, of 25 to 29. And I've talked about this before. If you are at a healthy weight, you're going to be somewhere between 19 and like 23% body fat for a woman. So people are scoring 25 to 29 to 30 something percent BMI. Crazy. 70. Wow. So 74% of adults in the U.S. are considered overweight. According to the CDC, that includes nearly 43% that are considered obese. Yet 10% of those don't perceive themselves as being overweight. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be Lizzo telling women that it's fine to weigh 500 pounds and be body positivity fat? Like, oh God. Who thought that that was a good idea? Oh, was that the same people that come up with DEI programs? Probably. Who thought that was a good idea? Anyways, yes, everybody's fat, okay? It comes from a place of love. I swear to God, I lost my whole family because of fat health problems and cancer and I mean, wouldn't you want the opportunity to fight? Like, I don't know, man. I got up to 200 pounds and I knew I had to make a change. I knew I was either going to get to 300 pounds or I was going to get back down to, you know, a normal weight. And I made the decision to do that. And I've done that. And I stick with it. Even like today, days that I don't feel good, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to walk on the treadmill. You know, like, you got to make an honest effort to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, nobody else is going to do it for you. So you can take care of yourself and feel better about yourself, or you can choose not to take care of yourself and let yourself go to shit. Because I can assure you, nobody's going to come and work your body out for you, and, you know, ain't nobody going to come and take care of you for you. You have to. You have to take care of yourself. You owe it to yourself. You deserve a long, healthy life. I understand that sugar is addictive. I understand that carbs are amazing. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have that stuff. Y'all see what I eat. And the reason I show that is to show y'all that y'all can be a normal size and still eat what you want. You can. I pretty much eat whatever I want, whenever I want, most of the time. But that also, you know, I set goals for myself. And there are weeks where I say, okay, I'm not eating sugar this week. I'm going to focus on salads. I'm going to focus on eating healthier stuff. And I try to do that. What do we have? Panda Express. That ain't too bad, but it's not healthy. You just have to, like, set goals for yourself. And moderation. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just know that allowing a child to get morbidly obese or even obese, in my opinion, that is child abuse. And I will die on that hill. And I think we'll get there one day, especially these children, like that little boy I saw. Somebody needed to call DSS on her. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. I ain't never seen a child look like that in my life. Yeah, it's wrong. And I will die on that hill that it is child abuse to allow your child to get to a state where they can't even see their damn feet at 8 years old. It's sickening. And I think it has a lot to do with the culture too. You know? Y'all, why did I lose everything? I like big butts, and I cannot lie. No, you know, everybody has a preference, but, you know, big butts is one thing, big gut is another. Yeah, I think that, I don't think that people realize how much weight can hold you back, you know? It does. Hell, just the damn 10, 15 pounds that I put on during my bulk has me feeling heavy right now all the time. So I can't imagine having 150 extra pounds on me. What that would do to your heart. How your heart is overworking, trying to pump the blood. It's not good on your system to be, you know, and there's a chart. It depends on your height. So like I'm 5'5", so I think I'm supposed to be somewhere between like 118 and like 136. Something like that. Or it might be 146. This patch itches, y'all. I don't like these things. I've used these before. I never had that problem. Well, I had the itching problem, but not the problem with them making me sick or anything. I don't think that's what made me sick this morning. I really think that it was that coffee. So there's a chart on how tall you're supposed to be and how big you're supposed to be. And that's another thing that the left tried to destroy, just like the DSM-5. They tried to pull the weight chart from existence because it didn't align with the body positivity movement. It's sickening. I like big butts, and I get not lying. I'm going to work out. We'll talk tomorrow. Today was kind of crazy, wasn't it? I still can't believe that damn. Look at this. Remember, we just filled up. We just filled up. I went through half a tank of gas in half an afternoon. That's how it is, man. People don't understand. I'd be like, yeah, I spent $2,000 on gas this month. They're like, there's no way. I just went through $30, $40 in a matter of 4.5 hours. So do 30 times 4 times 25 or 24. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying. Start adding that shit up. Don't tell me that I don't go through $2,000 worth of damn gas when I'm out here living it. The audacity. There's no way. Remember when I posted receipts and they still want to say there's no way? I give up. I give up. There's no amount of evidence will ever convince a fool. Stop explaining yourself to people. You don't owe nobody nothing. Screw them people. Y'all be safe too. Y'all be safe too, and we'll talk tomorrow. I'm glad that I got to work today, but I hate that I blew that bathroom. I was so embarrassed. That was rough. I hope y'all have a great afternoon. Bye, Charles. Bye, peanut butter. Y'all be safe. Thank you, Critter. And we'll talk tomorrow. Y'all have a great night and be safe out there. Bye, y'all.